Lights they flicker and the candles glitter like you're in a thriller. Heart goes pound, pound, pound. Ghostly figures, they can get so bitter. Show you want to until you can turn back. You don't know where I've been. What's going on inside? Where the monsters like to come alive, come alive. Do you really wanna know me? I'm really not that cozy. It's up to you, so you decide, you decide. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're too sick, get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Broken windows and a warning scribbled on my wall saying that you better turn around. Wouldn't be the first to try to burn me down. Your move, you too. Would you love me up my words till the coffin's in the dirt? Try to break me like a curse, you know that will never work. I'm a little bit absurd, I like dancing on the verge. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion, but could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. If you're just get out. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. Could you love a haunted, haunted house? Or could you love me now? A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. A haunted, haunted house. You're just inside. A haunted, haunted, I'm a haunted house. My words till the coffin's in the third. Anyone can love a pretty little mansion.
Hello, hello, hello. My goodness, the chat is beautiful. Hello, Tammie. Hold on, let me get you on the panel. You're up here. We just can't see you yet. There you are.
Hello. How are y'all?
Look at this chat. We got Mona and Eve and Roxy R. Hello, sweets. The Real Gemini and Chris Miller, Eve, Diane Crawford. Trishy's here. Opal always comes in with the most beautiful message.
He does.
In case nobody told you today, you are loved, you are needed, you are alive for a reason, you are stronger than you think, you're going to get through this. Do not give up. You matter. I love it. I love it.
Awesome.
Thank you, Opal.
Hi, Trishy, Mona, Eve, sweet Eve in the house.
Sorry, give me just 1 second.
Yeah. Is everybody good tonight? Is it storming where you're at? It's getting ready to storm here where I am at. It's supposed to rain today, but it didn't. So we had a dry Easter, but it's light. It was lightning when I went outside a while ago. So Black Skies, hello. Hello, Holly. Mania, be right back.
Whew, okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. My son is in the bedroom playing a video game with his headphones on, and he's in there getting so loud.
Is he out of school tomorrow?
No, he has school tomorrow.
Out of school.
Yeah, he's out Friday. He has an early release one day this week, and then they're out Friday. They had it reserved for a snow day, and it wasn't used, and so they get the day off.
Yeah.
Sure. A little short week, but hi, Holly S. and Black Skies. Good to see you.
I was asking them if they were how their weather was. We're supposed to get a storm tonight. It was supposed to start raining today. Actually, we were supposed to wake up to a wet Easter, but we did not. But I went outside a while ago to take the dog out, and it was it's starting to lighten out there now. So,
oh yuck.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have to go out with the dog, but he has a fenced-in yard. But I do anyway.
Right. Oh yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah. It's hot.
We had the storms the other night. We lost power at 6:30 in the morning, and it was the same area. So last time when we lost it for 24 hours, it was because 3 telephone poles, one was hit by lightning, and so it pulled 3 others over around it, and it took them all day to fix it. They had to put 3 new poles in. So this time, it was the exact same area. Like all of us who lost power last time lost it again, but it was a different pole that got hit by lightning again. So it was crazy. But luckily, it was a lot faster this time. This time it was only for like 4 hours. So
yeah.
Oh, Trishy.
Happy Easter. It was 70 something here today. It was cloudy off and on, but
yeah, we had a gloomy day today, but there was a little bit of sunshine here and there, but for the most part it was gloomy. But that's okay. We stayed in the house. We didn't go anywhere. We had our Easter, and the kids opened their baskets or went through their baskets and
do everything on the floor.
Yep, exactly. And then we just kind of had a lazy day. So
right. I wish I could have said that.
Oh, you had a busy day.
I've had a busy weekend.
You've had a busy last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, to be exact. Yes, I have.
Yes. It's been busy.
Yes.
So did you all have a good Easter? Did you do anything exciting? Or has it just been a lazy Sunday? And praise Jesus for
I bought a stove. That wasn't exciting.
Well, I don't know. I like when we get a new stove or a new refrigerator. I'm weird like that though. So
I liked getting a new one. I just didn't I don't like the process. It takes forever. It's like buying a stupid car. For me, it takes a while because we're not just like you just run up like 15 or 20 minutes up to I'm an hour away one way from a Home Depot or a Lowe's. So
that's crazy.
I've got to at least drive an hour to get there. And so when you get ready to go somewhere like that, just plan your whole day. Your whole day is just shot because you got to go there.
Hi, Aussie True Crime.
The sale's over tomorrow, so
well, you got to get that sale, yeah.
Yeah, because it was like 35% off, and I was like,
wow.
Yeah. So you got to, I couldn't go tomorrow, so I had to go today.
And that's a good deal too. Stoves aren't cheap. The appliances are so expensive. I'm so frustrated too because before my grandmother passed, a few months before, our refrigerator had the hinge wasn't working correctly. It was bent, and it was an older refrigerator anyway. And so Sears was going out of business, and my grandmother had a credit card there, and she was like, here's the card, go buy your family a new refrigerator.
Aww.
And I said, okay. And so my mom and I went shopping, and we found one, and it was a good deal. It was a very good deal. Stainless steel, French doors, freezer on the bottom, the water and ice thing on the front, not
Yeah.
all the bells and whistles, but it was nice,
Mm-hmm.
And we ended up getting it for like, I don't remember, $700 or $800. And
Yeah.
that was like 50% off. Like it was a big deal.
Yeah.
5 years later, the refrigerator is sitting in my kitchen right now and it won't cool.
Oh.
Like a fridge is supposed to last like 30 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I am so mad. So
Yeah.
I looked it up to see, I like to fix things myself because I don't want to pay the professional to do it because they're
Right.
so high priced, And so I did a little bit of research
Yeah.
and there's two options. It's either the relay to the condenser or it's the condenser. If it's the relay, then it's just hard to get to and you have to be very careful because if you hit the condenser line, then you're screwed.
Yeah.
So you have to be very, very careful to get it out. Well, it's all the way at the very, very bottom of the back of the fridge.
Of course it
And
is.
with my broke back, I can't get down on my broken knees and
Yeah.
reach down there to do it.
Mm-hmm.
My husband has like sausage fingers and he is not gentle with anything. So I won't let him touch it. My daughter is my only hope and I can't get her down there
Good
yet.
luck.
Right, exactly. Like she's 22 and she's got way better things to do than
Yeah.
try to fix our fridge.
We don't have time for that.
Right. So we're using the garage fridge right now, which is much
Yeah.
smaller
Yeah.
and won't hold as much. So yeah, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. That's like we
But
replaced our AC unit, the one outside. Well, because mine are separate. My furnace and my AC are separate. It's not all one. I know that's weird, but it's not all one. So I had to replace my outside unit. And the one that I replaced was 26 years old.
wow.
The AC
Right,
guy is
Gigi?
like, this new one is not going to last that long. I'm like, it ding dang better last about at 20 years
Right.
because I don't want to buy another one.
Right. They're such a pain in the butt to replace stuff like
Yeah.
that.
He said they don't last that long anymore. I'm like, great, thanks, appreciate it.
Right.
Thanks. Can I just keep living that dream? Just did you even have to say, well,
Right. It should last years, okay? That's how we're going to view it. And until it happens to not work anymore, we're going to it's going to last forever, okay?
yeah, I'm manifesting that my grandkids have to replace it, not me.
And there you go. There you go. See?
Yeah.
And hi, Danielle. And hi, was it Dawn?
Dawn.
Where did she go? I just pinned her
know.
comment. There it is. Dawn, grandma of 3.
Yay.
Hello.
Mhm.
Welcome, welcome.
And
Right, they do it on purpose.
Yep.
Yep, I agree.
Aussie
And yes, and beautiful Aussies here. And I have to call this out too. 7 months. Tammie Schmammy, you rock.
I know, 7 months. Can you believe it?
No, it doesn't seem like it's been 7 months.
It does not.
That's
Hope Floats,
great.
you're working.
Welcome in, Hope Floats. But thank you, Tammie, for supporting my craziness for the last 7 months.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Thank you, thank you. So, you guys, tonight we're going to try to do something a little bit different, okay? We're going to try to play, some games a little bit. So, we're going to try to make a positive negative because that's how I like to roll. And I want you guys to be involved as much as we are involved.
Oh, look at
here.
Aussie coming in there with 10 months.
Aww. 10 months of craziness. Girl, you
Yeah.
rock too. Look at you,
Yes.
girl. What would I do without my squad? I'd be so lost. Thank you, Aussie. It's so awesome.
It's awesome. Yep. Many more to come.
Absolutely.
It's good.
As long as you guys are still supporting, I'll still be here creating havoc, you know.
I was waiting, creating what, Mandy? Let her finish her sentence because she hasn't quite finished it yet.
Right? I was, dramatic pause and all, you know. Oh, goodness. Okay, so if you saw the title, we're going to play a game, and we're going to review what Stacey Wondra said. Now, Stacey Wondra is better known as Slobby Stacey on my channel here, because he's just a slobby slob. He is a suspect, one of 4 suspects in Monkey Michael Vaughan's case. And Monkey Michael Vaughan was abducted from his neighborhood on July 27th, 2021, between 6:45 and 7 p.m. And the 4 suspects are Slobby Stacey Wondra, his slutty wife, Sarah Wondra, who was sleeping with every schlong around. Look at all these S's I'm using. I'm so proud of myself.
So good.
I try. And I told you I was going to keep creating havoc, okay? So then they had 2 roommates that Sarah was boinking the schlongs, and allegedly. And that was Brandon Shurtliff, who we do have an update about recently, and Adrien Lucienne.
And I wanted to ask you about the 4. Is all of them incarcerated at the moment?
No, Adrien is the only free bird today.
And none of them are arrested with any connection to Monkey?
Correct. It is, Trishy. It is. It's a heartbreaking story, and that's why I said I'm going to try to make a positive out of a negative, okay? Brandi Neal is Monkey's mama. Okay, it's Michael Joseph Vaughan, and his nickname is Monkey. And his mom is Brandi. His dad is Tyler. And Brandi is very, very ill right now. Like deathly ill right now. And she made a pinky promise to Monkey after he was abducted that she would not stop until she brought him home. And one thing I feel very strongly about are promises. I don't make promises that I can't keep. And I try my best never to break a promise. So when I heard her say that she pinky promised him, like that got me, that gave me the fuel to never stop. So Adrien is out right now. As I said, he's the only free bird. I do believe that he is not involved, but he knows, he has some knowledge about what happened. I do believe that he did go, he said he went and spoke, he called them the pigs, but he did go speak with law enforcement and told them what he knew. Brandon, Sarah, and Stacey, I believe, are the 3 who know what happened. And Sarah and Brandon, I believe, are the ones who know where Monkey is today.
They probably know the most.
Oh, yeah. Like, I believe those 2 know everything.
Hi, girls. I don't have my glasses on. I'm painting, but good evening. Oh. What are you?
Hi, baby kid.
What are you painting?
I like to paint. It's fun. Yes. So they got Brandon. So Brandon was in, he had went to Montana, and he met a girl, Misty, and we have reviewed part of her interview with Sam on PNW Missing. I always forget the name of the whole channel. But the last 2 live streams that I've done have been part 1 and part 2. That was crazy, to say the least. Okay. That was so crazy. If you have not seen those live streams, number 2, if you want to hear what Misty had to say, number 2 is to go to. If you want to hear the story about how Sam got in contact with them and stuff that she's learned from them since, and like from her perspective, she came up on panel and talked with Tammie and I. So if you want to hear Sam's information, go to part 1. If you want to hear Misty's information, go to part 2. Part 2, I will give you a heads up. Andy did throw some F-bombs around there. So just beware, okay? I usually try to edit myself for the most part. I always joke around and say, if you give me a super chat, that's paying me to be more open with my vocabulary, with the bad words. Because the more bad words I say, the more I talk about a case, the more YouTube tries to censor that and takes away the monetization. So, but there's some times where it just doesn't matter. And that live stream was one where it did not matter. This bitch had the balls to say, Brandon is a sweet, innocent little boy too.
She sure did.
Obviously, he's not so innocent because the piece of shit is in jail right now. Thankfully. So he was arrested on Friday. Sam shared that information also. And I can play that video real quick. It's only a 2-minute video. And then you guys can see what his mugshot looks like and all that good stuff, because that's on there. And see the details. And it's so funny though, because all it does is show that law enforcement has been watching and following Brandon, because he basically got pulled over for careless driving, and he's in jail from Friday until at least tomorrow.
Yeah. Too bad it's not for longer, but.
Right. Well, it may be. Hopefully. So the reason why Misty came on was because she wanted to share that law enforcement from Idaho, from Fruitland, Idaho, went all the way to Montana, to Livingston, Montana, and knocked on Misty's door to offer Brandon a deal. It's a one-time deal. It's a heck of a deal, and he would be an ignorant fool if he did not take the deal. They're taking the death penalty off the table if he gives them the location of where Monkey is. Otherwise, he's going to get the death penalty with the first-degree murder charge that they're going to charge him with. So, I mean, there's that, right? Right. Then he took off with his sugar daddy. Right. He left with his buddy Eric. And that's where he was when he got arrested. He left to go either skiing or snowboarding for 2 days, and he's been gone since. And that was 2 or 3 days after he did his interview with Samantha. That was over a month ago. Baby Kisses is painting, or she said, doing an ocean walking stick for a 4-year-old.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, hi, Julia. Brandon is definitely evil, in my opinion. Samantha's link is in chat. Thank you so much, Eve. Eve is such a good mod. Me too. Me too, Trishy. I think that they have enough, and they're giving Brandon a chance. Like, they're like, look, this is our first little, we gotcha, and you're in jail for the weekend. Here we go.
Here's a little taste.
Right. Now, do you want to sit on death row, or you want to make a deal or take this deal?
Yeah. Because they at first said that he turned it down already, but I don't know if that's true or not.
Right. Well, because they went and talked to his boss also, and that was, oh my goodness, what was his name?
I forgot. I remember the interview though.
Yeah, I forget his name. So Samantha did the interview with Misty, and then a few days later, she did an interview with Brandon's previous boss, the one that he moved to Montana to work with. He's known this guy for a long time. They're kind of like brothers. They've been friends for so long. And this guy always wants to see the good in Brandon and help Brandon. And, everybody does look at Brandon like he's a little kid. Like he's this little boy that, he's not. He's a grown-ass man with a grown-ass child himself.
I mean, he don't even look like some people look like a little kid. That even though they're grown, they just have that child look about them, but he does not.
No, not at all.
Skiing with one hand.
So, yes, Samantha has been doing amazing work. So please make sure that you subscribe to Samantha. Please, please, please. She is amazing. Now, Julia, hi, Julia. Julia said, in my opinion, if Brandon really did anything to Monkey, he would have left the country. Where's Adrien? I don't think Brandon would have left the country because I don't think that he's financially stable enough to do something like that. And he goes to where he knows, with people that he knows, in my opinion. I would more suspect Adrien to leave the country before I would expect Brandon to. But, yeah, that's just my opinion. And Adrien, law enforcement knows exactly where Adrien is, just like they know exactly where Brandon was, which is how they arrested him. So, perfect timing, baby kisses, right? Hi, Jacqueline.
Because he didn't have a steady job. He just did jobs here and there.
Right. Yeah, they all do.
Yeah.
They all just make money and hustle how they can, in my opinion. So, right, C-Star. Hi, C-Star. Yeah, it's not really that easy to leave the country, especially when you're a named suspect in a homicide case. Oh, thank you, Jacqueline. I was going to come on the night before last, but then we had really bad storms and ended up losing power. Then I was going to come on last night, but the Easter Bunny had to come by here, and
That's
that just took a little too long. And Tammie was doing other things, and she needed to sleep, and all of that, like the nerve of her to sleep. And so here we are tonight.
The nerve.
But who did what? The real Gemini. Okay, let's listen here real quick to Sam tell us about, I'm going to put it on 1.25, and we're going to listen to Sam tell us about Brandon's incarceration.
Hey everybody, it's Samantha from Missing PNW, and I've got great news. Before my vacation, Brandon Shurtliff was arrested 4/18/25 at 3:45 a.m.
Woohoo!
The scheduled release date says 4/21/2025. We'll see if that happens. I think law enforcement's going to come pick him up. I don't know what you guys think, but I am hoping and praying he's picked up there and isn't released. It was for his warrant that was for his arrest in, Kootenai County Sheriff's Office. The arresting officer was C. Ryan. He was 5500 North Government Way. The arrest date was 4/17/2025 at 10:53 p.m. So it actually looks like the incarceration happened late last night. The offense description here is driving inattentive or careless. So it sounds like he was driving a little bit erratic or something, speeding, I'm not sure. But Brandon Shurtliff is in jail. Hallelujah. I'm going to enjoy my so much more knowing he is behind bars. I hope everybody has a great weekend. I wish I could have gone live to let everybody know, but I'm literally getting ready to head out of town. So I was just going to do a clip real quick. Hopefully this is one step closer to justice. Have a great night, everybody.
Woo woo. So there's all those details.
Yeah.
And we're going to switch over to this video, and we're going to start kind of rolling through my monkey playlist and play this game. So, no, Jacqueline, Adrien is not incarcerated that we are aware of. He's the only one that is a free bird right now. And I really don't think that he was involved in the abduction. Stacey tried to put him in, like, right in the middle of digging the hole and all that, but I really don't believe that. I think it was Brandon. I mean, that's just my opinion, and I could be totally wrong, but I just have very strong feelings about the three of them, and not so much, like, Adrien's not a good guy, don't get me wrong, but I don't believe that he was involved in Monkey's abduction, period, but children in general. Brandon snatched him and hurt him. I agree, in my opinion. Yep. Unfortunately so. So we're going to start with this video. And this is going to give you a general idea before we start our game of kind of how Stacey rolls. Okay. This is just a little taste. And then I believe it's the next video in this playlist that is going to be, nope, I lied. There's a few shorts here, and the playlist is not what I was thinking. Down here. Okay, so we have a few shorts that we're going to go through, but these are clips of things that Stacey has said, and it's going to lead up to this main video that I made that's 32 minutes long, and that is where we are going to play our game. So let me go ahead and make sure this is on 1.25, and we're going to play this and learn a little bit about Stacey. So in the chat, I would like for you to say yes or no. Are you well knowledged on Monkey's case? Good night, Chris Miller. Sweet dreams.
Oh, good night, Chris.
So I'm going to let it play, and while you're answering, we're going to listen to see what they say. A super deep dive into the case of missing 5-year-old Michael Joseph Vaughan, aka Monkey. Monkey was last seen around his home in Fruitland, Idaho on July 27, 2021 between 6:40 p.m. and 7 p.m. 4 suspects have been named by law enforcement in Monkey's disappearance. Those 4 suspects are Brandon Shurtliff, Adrien, Lucienne, Stacey Wondra, and her husband, Stacey Wondra. Stacey decided to make his YouTube debut on Crime, Lines, and Lies channel with Brooks in January 2024. I have watched this interview almost 3 full times now, and each time I've watched, this short clip has stuck out to me. Now, this might be absolutely nothing, or it could be Stacey letting out a little slip. I'm going to play the entire clip in full. I'm going to play it again, but just the major part that caught my attention the most, and then I'll be back. Let's do this. Roll the clip.
All right. Well, Arizona and 8th Street is only a few hundred feet from the area where Michael was last seen.
No, it's probably like, I don't know, like a 1/10 of a mile. But even still, I don't know how or why he would even be seen in our neighborhood when he lives completely on the other side of the subdivision. So I don't, or the other side of it, in a different neighborhood. He doesn't even live in a subdivision. From what I understand, I don't know.
Well, I mean, you told me where the Vaughan family lives. Let's
Yeah.
look at 8th in Arizona.
Yep, 8th in Arizona. 8th. So you see where the Vaughan family picture, this says Vaughn's family home, right?
Mhm.
So all the housing that's below that, you see before the patch of the gray pasture right there. So all the housing that's before that, in between the gray pasture and the Vaughan family home. So that's 8th Street right there. That little road that goes, you'll see there's one road going straight down that connects all the way to the green pasture at the end on the left. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so you literally, so Arizona is that road that is right after all those houses on the left.
Well, where were you coming from that you had to put in power steering fluid?
Outside of the subdivision. So we drove exited our subdivision.
So let me pause here real quick. So I see Hi C Taylor. I see that a lot of you do know Monkey's case very well, and Jacqueline said no, she doesn't. So this is going to be the perfect video for you to learn about the neighborhood, because I think that that is very, very important. You should know exactly where these 4 asswipes lived compared to the Vaughan family. So this map that's on the screen right now is what that's showing. The blue circle is circling the intersection of 8th and Arizona, which is around the spot where the dogs lost scent of Monkey. This is also the corner where Stacey said that when he, Sarah, and Brandon were leaving the neighborhood, he stopped the truck right here to put power steering fluid in. And it was around, well, that's the time we're going to get to the game, but the game includes the times that Stacey spewed out of his mouth. So, but Monkey vanished between 6:45 p.m. and 7 p.m. on July 27th, 2021, which is one of the times that Stacey said that's where they stopped, or that's when they stopped, right here. But he never told the same story twice. Stacey Wondra cannot tell the same story twice, ever. He did 9 interviews and he never told the same story twice.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah. So this map right here is very, very important, in my opinion, because you need to see where, and I'm about to show you, like I went to Google and did a drive-through, on the Google map. And I'd show it on the screen so you can see when they left their house, how they got out of the neighborhood, and where this corner is. And the Vaughan family home is right here. So let's see. Can you see my mouse?
I cannot. Oh, now I can.
Yeah. Okay. So the blue circle is the intersection. This road down here is 9th going horizontal. The road going vertical is Arizona. So 8th and Arizona is where Monkey vanished from and where they stopped. 9th and Arizona is where the Vaughan family lives, just off of that corner. So very, very close. Hi, Just Me.
Hi, Just Me.
Brooks did amazing with Stacey. Okay. She did really good interviews with him. She had really good phone calls that she recorded with him that he wasn't aware that she was recording. There was a lot that Brooks did. She played dumb and played like she forgot a lot of information to get him to retell a story or give another answer that she's already asked him the question. Like she did really good. Really good. She caught a lot of shit for it, but she did really good. So I knew what she was doing, but some people don't realize it,
Yeah.
Kind of like with Sharon, Mark, and Dawn and Candace,
Right.
Yep. You got to kind of play their game.
Yep.
So, okay. So I'm going to let it play. And yes, my favorite interview of all time with Stacey is Justin. It was on his Justice for All channel. And Josh from the lab, when they interviewed Stacey, that was my favorite all-time interview, and you're going to see some of that in this video here. So a lot of people don't realize that, I was covering the case, so I was making videos about the interviews they were doing. And you're going to see it in this video to start out with. Okay, here we go.
And pull off. You see that entrance on the right? So right across from the green pasture, right? on the big piece of green pasture on the left side of I don't know if you see it the same way I do, but the only big dark green pasture that's right there on the left. Okay, that road right there that divides the housing on where it says searching, and the road, and then there's that green pasture. So that little road right there, you pull out of the subdivision. We literally pulled off to the side of the road, right there at the corner. There's like a stop sign at that road, and we pulled off before the stop sign.
Now, what were Sarah and Brandon doing when you were working on the truck?
Sitting in the truck.
Okay, so there, I know it's kind of hard to hear a little bit. The volume went low there for some reason, but this is where they were pulling out of their neighborhood right here beside the Meadows Avenue name. So they were pulling this way. They stopped right here at a stop sign. Then they turned here on 8th Street. The scent was lost right here at 8th and Arizona. This is where Stacey is saying that he and Brandon and Sarah stopped was right here. So I put they stopped right here, but there's a stop sign right there. But then they pulled up right here and stopped right here to put the fluid in, the power steering fluid. If you go down this road, Arizona, and turn right, the Vaughan's family home is right here.
Yeah.
So it's just basically zoomed in on the map that we were just looking at. Aw, thank you, Jacqueline. Are they helpful? I hope so. Yes, a lot of people talk to Brandi. Hi, Witchy Mama. Happy Easter.
I didn't think you could sit in a vehicle being towed, or I didn't think you could be in it.
Well, okay, so when they went to Kuna to get Brandon's car, they used the truck that Stacey's talking about right now that they had to put power steering fluid in. They had an SUV.
Right.
So they drove the SUV to Kuna to pick up Brandon's Mercedes. The way that they towed it back was with a tow strap. So somebody had to drive it because all four wheels were on the ground. So yeah, Brandon drove it back, and he was in his Mercedes. The tow strap was hooked to the SUV, and Sarah was driving the SUV.
Gotcha.
So allegedly, that's, Stacey's story, and Brandon's story pretty much matched up with that too. But yeah, the SUV had a power steering fluid leak, and so basically every time they had to go anywhere before they drove it, they had to put power steering fluid in it. According to Stacey, this is his story, which I've had to do this too. My racket pinion went out on one of my vehicles, and every time before I drove it, I had to put power steering fluid, a whole quart of power steering fluid in, and it would only last for that drive. And that was just around town. If I went on a long drive, I don't know what would have happened. But just to drive around town, I had to put the power steering fluid in, or else it was like I didn't have power steering. So the steering was very, very hard to turn without the fluid. So I'm assuming that this has happened before. I don't think that that's why they stopped this time, in my opinion. But I do believe that they had an issue with a power steering pump on a vehicle at one point or time. And when they were leaving, they used that. Stacey gave that story as the excuse of why they stopped. But I believe they stopped to pick Monkey up.
Yeah.
I don't think they had to put any fluid in anywhere. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Right, Trishy. Right. They ran Wondra's Lube, which just sounds disgusting.
It does.
But it was an oil and lube shop. And they still had to stop and put power steering fluid in.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Well, I mean, it's very similar to Brandon did laundry at his mommy's house, even though the Wondras had their own laundry service. It makes no sense at all. Right, Jacqueline. Right. It, like when you're trying to turn the wheel without power steering, it's like when you sit in those big things at the carnival, the spinning bear or the spinning strawberry or, whatever. And you have to spin that big metal wheel that's in the center. And it takes all the people that are inside of the thing with you to try to spin it. That's how hard it is to turn a vehicle with no power steering. So it's definitely not easy to do. So if it were true that the SUV, and they didn't drive the SUV a lot, they had multiple vehicles. So, if the SUV would needed a new power steering pump, then it would make sense that they had pulled out of the driveway, made 1, 2, 3, 4 turns, and they were like, okay, wait, we need more fluid. So his story does sound kind of plausible. Probable? No. Plausible? Yes. Okay, let's keep rolling here.
They didn't get out?
No, they didn't need to get out. It was a quick fix. We just had to put power steering fluid in.
Okay. All right. Well, Arizona and 8th Street is only a few hundred feet from the area where Michael was last seen.
No, it's probably like, I don't know, like a tenth of a mile. But even still, I don't know how or why he would even be seen in our neighborhood when he lives completely on the other side of the subdivision. So or the other side of it, in a different neighborhood. He doesn't even live in a subdivision. From what I understand, I don't know.
The first thing that stuck out to me was how long Stacey thought about Brooke saying the intersection of 8th and Arizona Street was only a few hundred feet from where Michael was last seen. A few hundred, to me, means 300. So that would be 300 feet. And Stacey says, quote, no. And then he says, quote, like a tenth of a mile. Now, I'm not smarter than a 5th grader, so I had to Google how many feet are in a mile. Leave me a comment if you didn't know either, so I don't feel so bad. So there's 5,280 feet in a mile. A tenth of a mile is 528 feet. Now, that's almost double the distance that Brooke said. So does Stacey know the exact spot that Monkey was abducted? Closest spot that I could find of Monkey's last documented known location was between his own yard and the corner of 8th and Arizona. Now, rumor has it, since I haven't heard law enforcement state this myself, the dogs lost Monkey's scent at the corner of 8th and Arizona. So what is he talking about? A tenth of a mile, 528 feet away from the corner of 8th and Arizona. What is he talking about? The second thing that stuck out to me was that Stacey was saying that he didn't understand how or why Monkey would be seen in his subdivision because he lives on the complete other side of the subdivision or neighborhood. Okay, hold on. Let me go back. So this map right here, Google has the option when you do the street view that you can see the overhead view also. So that's what the split is here. This is the Wondras' house. They lived right here on the corner of Wing Street, where it curves right here. So this is their corner house. This is where law enforcement went and completely excavated the entire backyard. Hi, Sarah. And so when I go out, I'm going out of the neighborhood the way I believe they would have gone out. It only makes sense because you can't go this way on the left-hand side of the map because the road doesn't go all the way through. So they would have to go to the right side. But for him to say that Monkey doesn't live in the subdivision, that he lives on the whole other side, or however he worded that, is complete bullshit. Because you can see they are blocks away. 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks away, maybe 5 to be generous, 5 blocks away from each other. It's not like they're miles apart.
Right. The way he made it sound like they was not even like you had to leave and go out on the highway to get to I mean, they're not that far. Yeah.
Right. Yes. That's a great way to word it. Because seemed like it was like forever away, and it wasn't. Yeah. He drove past Monkey's backyard basically to get out of their neighborhood because they all lived in that neighborhood.
Yep.
Okay.
Sarah.
Let me see. I wanted to see. So, yes, Trishy, they were headed out for a longer drive. They were driving almost an hour away to Kuna. So, Trishy said if that was the case, they would have checked the level before leaving. If it was a quick trip, then maybe plausible. But with it being a longer trip, it makes sense that they would have checked the fluid before they left home, which is one of the reasons, Trishy, why I don't think that the story is true. I don't think that they stopped to do any kind of fluid at all, unless it was, they got out and popped the hood. Like maybe Stacey popped the hood while Brandon grabbed Monkey, maybe something along those lines. But otherwise, I think Brandon just grabbed Monkey and threw him in the SUV as Sarah was driving out of the neighborhood. I mean, that's just my opinion. But I don't think that Sloppy Stacey got out of the vehicle at all. So
Yeah.
why is Baby Kisses asking if I'm awake? Can you not hear me, Baby Kisses? Hi, Steph, number 38. Oh my goodness, we have 30 thumbs up. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Look at you making out with the thumbs up. Whoop, whoop.
Making out with the thumbs up.
That's right. Right? Like that makes a lot more sense. And once you hear about Stacey's day, which is what we're going to listen to in the full video that's coming up, once you hear about his day, I think it's going to even make more sense because it was almost like Stacey was scouting the whole Idaho area for a child, in my opinion, allegedly. Just saying.
An opinion.
Number 27. Thank you, the real Gemini. How you doing, Sarah? How you doing?
How you doing?
How you doing? Okay, we're almost done here. So I just wanted you to know that that's what you're seeing up here at the top is the street view as if they were leaving the neighborhood. And I kind of talk throughout it. And down at the bottom, you can follow the blue circle as it's going around the neighborhood. It moves with the street view. Samantha, happy Easter. How was your vacation, girl?
Is Miss Samantha? Yes.
Oh, well, in case you fall asleep, sweetest dreams, black skies, and love you back.
That's right.
And Jacqueline, since I've thought about that, you like me. You really like me. Look, I do it. Look, I gotta play it, Tammie. I gotta play one of the videos.
Okay.
Oh my goodness. So I've been playing. I've been making clips, and I made a new one. And this one I think is a good one since Brandon was just incarcerated. Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna watch this one first.
The popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo knocking at your door.
Let the hair down looking like a rusty AARP cheerleader. Sit down.
Oh, Lord.
I love it. I love it.
AARP cheerleader.
Yes. Oh, I love Medea. The popo gonna be knocking at your door.
All right, then.
Oh, I love it. And so I made 3. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys real quick. Okay. So this one, Tammie and I really, really needed when we were reviewing Samantha's interview with the crazy bitch Misty.
Mm-hmm.
We really needed this one.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Right.
Mm-hmm. I needed it the other night, too, when I was playing Cher's interview with Don Wells.
Yes. Yes. Well, I sent it to you, didn't I? You can save it and upload it to your StreamYard too, and you can use it.
Yeah, I think you sent it to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So save it and use that, girl. And then this is the last one. This is when we are just done. Okay? Like we are done with you. Get out of our face. We are done.
You see the door? Hit it.
Bye-bye. Like he didn't even say a word.
Nope. He just tells you, hit the road, Jack.
And it's so cute because the video that I clipped it from, it's actually his nephew, the guy that's recording, it's his nephew. And he was sitting on the couch with the uncle's girlfriend. And he wanted alone time with her. And so he made his uncle leave the room. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cute. But no words needed on that one. Just get the heck out of Dodge, okay?
Quickly move.
That's right. Oh my goodness. Wait, what? Okay. Brandon was in Post Falls, Idaho. And just like I said last Tuesday, I've requested the full report. Misty is trying to say he turned himself in, but that's not what I'm seeing when I read what's online. And no, it clearly said that he was incarcerated after careless driving.
So that means he was pulled over.
Right. I mean, when they pulled him over and said, "What's your name?" he probably said, "Yes, I'm Brandon Shurtliff. I'll surrender to you." You know, like something along those lines. But he didn't go into the police station and say, "I'm surrendering myself." I mean, she really thinks we're dumb. She really...
She's in some kind of delusion mind because she keeps making it, she's downplaying everything. You know, it's like, no, he wouldn't do that. He's just a poor little boy, you know, an innocent little boy. Now he turned himself in.
And I bet she talked him into it.
I didn't even think about that. That's probably, yeah. They've been talking about it, you know.
Right.
Discussing. Right. But they're not in the same place.
Right. Well, and the last time she talked to him was today, but she didn't talk to him. So she doesn't know.
Yeah. They didn't talk about it. That's what it was, Mandy.
Yeah. Yeah.
They talked, but they didn't talk about that stuff.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They talked about other things.
Mm-hmm.
You're forgetting. They don't talk about that every time they get together and talk. Why would they do that?
That's why I'm getting the report, because his warrant was for careless driving too. So I'm confused now and just will love to know. Well, after you find out, I am very curious to find out what you find out, because I think she's full of shit and she just wants her cookie. Listen, Linda, listen. What's up, Mike? Happy Easter to you too, sir. Look, I can heart the super chats. That's so cool. Thank you so much. Did you have a good Easter, Mike? So I think Misty is just... Samantha, did you hear? I don't know if you were in here when Tammie and I got to the part where you were talking about, you know, asking for prayers for Brandi, and you had asked, or you said, I'm not going to share her personal information because she hasn't given me permission to. And Misty's bitch ass, I can say it. Like, do you remember her saying that? because you were like, no. That was the second F-bomb I threw at her.
Well, and two, with that, I don't know why she doesn't realize that people can check her. When she says he turned himself in, that can easily be checked.
Right. That's what I'm saying. She thinks that we're dumb. Like, we don't know how to do a FOIA. I mean, come on. You're in the true crime community on YouTube. You have no idea the power of the internet sleuths, okay? Like, yeah, that pissed me off too. I said the F-bomb for you, okay? Wow.
Mhm.
That even pissed Tammie off to the point where she
Yeah.
was like, she didn't say the F-bomb, but in her mind, I know she was saying it.
Yeah, because that's like, who are you to tell somebody's personal stuff, but yet you're sitting there saying you don't want to tell certain stuff about Brandon, but yet you're willing to throw out there somebody's, personal stuff that they're struggling with.
Right. Like, Brandi is deathly ill.
Yeah.
So what she's going through right now, it's none of our business other than to know that she's deathly ill.
Yeah.
So fuck her for trying to even act like it was her place to say anything about what Brandi is going through. Ooh, gets me all pissed off again. I gotta, thank you, Grammy. Welcome to the squad, Grammy. Welcome to the squad. Okay, I'm gonna play some music because I think we need to reset. Because I'm not trying to throw F-bombs around tonight, even though Mike is here and, I probably should at him, but I won't. I did have a good Easter, Mike. Thank you. Thank you. We had some family time and a lazy Sunday. So thank you so much. All right. We're going to shake our booties for just a second.
Okay.
We need a booty shake and break.
Shake our booties.
Baby, you're a perfect 10. I want to get in. Can I get down so I can? I like the way you work it. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Come on, y'all. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. I like the way you work it. No diggity. I got to bag it up. Yo, easy. Say what?
Thanks, Grammy, and welcome to the squad. So the real Gemini, that's definitely been a question that we have pondered. And Trishy, we pondered that also.
Mhm.
She might have been inebriated in some form or fashion. Very possible.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, please keep Brandi and the family in your prayers. Aw, Samantha, I bet she looked beautiful. I'm so happy that Blue is happy. She's doing so well right now, and I'm so happy for them. Hi, Marie. Did Brandon's girlfriend live in T?
I think she's probably saying Tennessee, but I don't.
Or Montana? Misty lives in Montana. Yeah, Steph, that's what I was saying. It was a little bit sunny here today, but for the most part, it was just kind of a gloomy day, but it was decent outside. So look at
Baby.
Mike.
That's nice.
Look at Mike. Send another super chat, and I'm not going to pin it, Mike. I'm not going to do it, and you can't make me because I'm not putting that nasty F word up on my screen, you shithead. Thank you, Mike. Oh, did they live in the same town? No. Monkey and the Vaughan family live in Fruitland, Idaho, and Brandon's girlfriend lives in Livingston, Montana. And thank you, baby kisses. Thank you. I agree, Sarah. They deserve happiness again. Yes. Look, Eve has no idea, Mike. Mike is loving it up too. He doesn't understand. He knows Eve doesn't understand it. So let me fill you in just a little bit, okay? Mike's being a smartass because Mike is good at being a smartass. He's a really good smartass. I don't like the F word, the nasty things that go inside your shoes. I think they stink, they're gross, they're just nasty, and I don't like to see them. And so Mike thinks it's funny when he sends a super chat and puts the nasty feet emojis in it, because usually when you get a super chat, you pin it on the screen. Yeah, he's caught me a couple times, but this time I caught it before I pinned it. So that was Mike being a smartass. Oh, goodness. Gotta love him. But baby kisses, that was super sweet. I wanted to see, look at my phone and see what. Oh, the travel suitcase emoji. Thank you, baby kisses.
I wonder if they were holding someone hostage. Who the real Gemini?
And the real Gemini, no, that was Ralph. He gives me the same shit with the F word. Like Mike and Ralph have both been. This is my second channel. I had an art channel before this, and I met both of them on my art channel, and that was like probably what, Mike, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, something like that. Like it was a long ass time ago, and they still give me shit with the F word. So. So no, Ralph is the one who works for the meat company.
Read Sarah's comment. There you
I
go.
did a search. His mother is listed as his spouse somehow, and it says she lives in Texas. But if you look up her ex-husband, it says her and him still live at the current address in Idaho. Well, that's weird. For Brandon? I mean, I'm not surprised that Brandon was listed as his mommy's spouse on paperwork, but you know, at least 8. It's been a long time, right? A long time. Look at him putting the nasty F word and the S word in the chat. Oh my gosh. Mike, I'm gonna have to put you in timeout. I mean, putting those nasty words in the chat like that? Come on now. And I'm not talking about the F-bomb and shit. Oh, thank you, Samantha. Thank you so much. Look, I do have another thank you clip too. We'll play my new one. Thank you, Samantha, and thank you, Mike, even though you're a shithead. And thank you, baby kisses. Mike said I raise cows, but Mandy is a married woman. I can't give her any meat. That's okay, Mike. Ralph said he wanted to meet me to give me some meat in one of my chats one day. And it was, you know, it can be totally taken the wrong way. But, you know, Ralph's trucking. Ralph, he drives truck for a meat company, I think for Tyson. And so he was gonna, when he drove through Indiana, he was gonna try to meet up with me and give me some chicken. It wasn't like the wrong kind of meat that dirty minds would think of. Oh my goodness. I know, Mike. I know. Ralph is very generous, right? Okay, back to this. Oh my goodness, squirrels. It was Mike's fault this time, though.
Right?
Oh my goodness. No, Mona, he hasn't been back through Indiana that I'm aware of, because I think if he had been, he would send me a message. The one time he did come through Indiana and was like close, like, I don't know, I think I would have had to drive like 20 minutes away to meet up with him. I was asleep. So when he messaged me, I didn't see it. And he didn't message me until he was like really close. We missed the meetup. So give her some gobble gobble. Mike is married too. And so is Ralph. Okay. So we're all married people here. Okay. I know free meat. I'm sorry, but chicken is expensive these days. So if it's free, I'm gonna take it. All right. Like, you can make all the jokes you want about. I've been with my husband 17 years. There's no concern there about me getting free meat from, another man. I promise. I promise. I'm not going nowhere. So, all right, let's finish out this video. We're almost done. We're getting ready to do the drive-through of the neighborhood, and then we're going to watch a couple little things that Stacey said before we get to the actual timeline and break it down for the game. Because Stacey likes to play games. We're going to play games too. Okay. But our games are going to be meaningful, not a whole crock of lies. Aw, baby kisses. See, that's sweet. That's sweet. That's right, C-Star. He's the meat man. Misty said Stacey lied and said they was holding someone hostage. I wonder if it was really a lie and who went missing at the time. So the real Gemini, the story was that they were holding Monkey hostage, and Adrien was supposed to have some kind of deal to sell him, like traffic him, and the deal fell through, and then Adrien left town 3 days later. That's the story that Misty was sharing. We don't believe that story. I'm not even quite sure where she said she heard that story now.
Yeah.
I don't remember where she said she heard, but yeah. That's right. A little joking. We got to have a little giggles here and there. Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to get back to my no social media break for the rest of the night. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, Samantha. Thank you so much. I'm interested to see what you find out. Okay. We are talking about a 5-year-old who was abducted in Fruitland, Idaho. And it was on July 27th, 2021. Law enforcement has named 4 suspects, and we are mainly discussing one of the suspects, Slobby Stacey Wondra, because he has never told the same story twice. He did 9 interviews on YouTube back in January last year, and every panel he went on, he never told the same story twice. There are some you're going to see in the rest of this video. He was on the panel, and in one interview, he told 2 different stories that were supposed to be the same answer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, baby kisses, that's good that you don't discriminate, right? Flirt with the girls, flirt with the guys, like, it doesn't matter. It's just a flirty attitude. Because you're so sweet. Oh, when she got brains on her. Okay, so when she got brains on her, that was when her and Stacey had first met. That was back in 2014 or 2015. And it was her boyfriend, Anthony, who now, and Stacey in a hotel room. And some guy with a teardrop tattoo came over and knocked on the door and said that he wanted her to go with him to a store And her boyfriend whispered, "Not without my boyfriend." So she's told the guy with the tear tattoo, "Not without my boyfriend." And he said, okay. So the three of them get into the guy's vehicle. They drive to the store. They're behind the store though. And the guy is driving. He stops. He pulls out a gun and holds her at gunpoint. And her boyfriend, Anthony, who's deceased now, was in the back seat. And he pulled out his gun and shot the guy in the head in front of her. That was her story. It took me a long time to get that full story. Like, she talked a whole lot of circles, didn't she, Tammy?
Mm-hmm. A whole lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. Like crazy.
It was crazy.
Yeah. So that was the story with that. I don't know if it was really a hostage situation so much as I think a drug deal gone bad.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it sounded like more to me, but what do I know? All right. Chainsaw carving. Do I want to know what that is, Michael? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's finish out this video. Here we go. In his subdivision, because he lives on the complete other side of the subdivision or neighborhood. It seemed to me that Stacey was trying his best to distance Monkey and his house. In my opinion, allegedly, Stacey's house is a 2-minute drive. The Vaughns live. They're in the same area. When I look at this map, I would call this all one neighborhood. And I did get on Google and I did a drive-through from Stacey's house, Stacey and Sarah's house, where Brandon and Adrien were also living at the time. And I drove, in air quotes, down the road from Stacey's house out of the neighborhood. And I showed 8th and Arizona. I showed the exact spot where I believe Stacey was saying that he pulled over to put power steering fluid in the truck. Now, he said he was putting power steering fluid in the truck when he and Sarah and Brandon were leaving on July 27th, 2021 to go to Kuna to Brandon's mom's house to pick up his vehicle that needed towed back to the Wondras house. At first, he said it was around 5:30 p.m. on the 27th.
Approached Sarah and I because he had been asking for a little while, but he wanted Sarah and I to help him go get his vehicle from Kuna, which is...
Okay, wait. I'm going to rewind it because I want you to hear what Stacey's saying, but I want you to see what I'm showing on the map right now. So, stopped at the corner of 8th and Arizona, which is where Stacey said that they stopped to do the power steering. It's also where Monkey's scent was lost. So, down here on the map, it's right here at the corner of 8th and Arizona, that corner that was circled in blue earlier. And I'm looking down at 9th Street, which is where Monkey's Road is. This is Monkey's Road right here in the corner of Arizona. So this is where they would have been stopped and how close they would have been to Monkey's yard. I mean, you turn on 9th Street right here, and their house is the very first one right there. So that's how close they were. And Monkey was out knocking on the neighbors' doors. He was seen by at least 2 neighbors where he was knocking on doors looking for somebody to play with. So that's all he was trying to do. Somebody to play with. And these 4 fuckers.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to go back so we can hear the whole story that Stacey's telling here because you can't tell the same story twice. Right. And I'm sorry, Mike. I understand now her picture is a carved bear. I apologize for misconstruing what you were asking and thinking that it was something dirty. I apologize. And Mike has a channel too, Eve, if you would kindly drop his link for us too. He does chill and chat, and then you can go over and kind of get to know Mike and see why he's so crazy and wild in the chat. He's not really crazy and wild, but
yeah.
Mike is a really good guy. I give him shit, he gives me shit, but Mike is a really good guy. Just don't tell him I said that.
Never.
That's right. I have a reputation to uphold, and my reputation has given Mike shit, and his reputation has given me shit. So
give it as you receive it, huh?
Exactly. See, I think he gives it better than I do, but that's okay.
Just match energies, I guess.
Yes, yes. I'm not setting anybody up. You guys go subscribe to Mike. Go check him out. If you want to chill and relax, just watch from the bushes and just chill and chat. You know, you can chat if you want, or just chill if you want. Okay, I rewound it. We're gonna start back with Stacey's lies. 27th.
Approached Sarah and I because he had been asking for a little while, but he wanted Sarah and I to help him go get his vehicle from Cuna, which was parked at his mom's house. So about when it started getting dark, probably 5:30, 5:45, somewhere around the end of the 5 o'clock hour, we all got ready and got into the Sierra, the red burgundy truck.
Then he changed it. You know, he's done many, many interviews, and I haven't seen them all, but I've seen bits and pieces of some of them. He changed it to the early 6 o'clock hour.
Okay, what time do you remember being on Arizona and 8th Street when you were putting power steering fluid? And I'm not a mechanic, as you know. We talked today about my truck.
I would say probably early 6 o'clock hour. Early 6 o'clock hour, like between 6 and 6:15, easy.
Then when he was on Justin's live stream on Justin for All, he said, I know this is going to sound bad, but it was between 6:30 and 7.
So I'd say, it's going to sound stupid, but going back to the timestamps, I would say 6:30 or 7 is when we left.
When you left.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you leave at 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And you guys are making a trip from Fruitland
Correct.
to
Cuna.
Law enforcement believes that Michael was abducted sometime between 6:40 p.m. and 7 p.m., the exact same time that Stacey just put himself, his wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, Sarah, and their ex-buddy, Brandon, in a vehicle, in a truck, together, just feet away from Michael's house. And they crossed that intersection of 8th and Arizona on their way out of the neighborhood. And he says that Monkey was last seen a 1/10 of a mile from that corner. How would he know that? Please help me understand this. That's all for this video, but I am positive. Okay, so does that make kind of sense a little bit? I love the love in the chat right now. Everybody's subbing to everybody. I love it. So he couldn't even tell the same story twice in the same interview.
No. He couldn't keep track of what he was saying from one thing to the next.
Right. He's sloppy, and he's Stacey.
Mm-hmm.
Nasty. Okay, let me put it back on normal speed, and we're going to skip to this next video where it's just a short snippet of, let's see, which one is it? This one right here. Here we go.
There's something off with Brandon. A lot of things are off with him. He's not consistent with his information. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about, and he's deceitful as well. You know, in my book, he's a piece of shit. One of the biggest pieces of shits I've ever fucking met in my life.
Well, when did you start thinking that there was something not right with him?
I mean, I always knew he was off, but I didn't know he was that off. You know, yeah, I really didn't realize, like, I didn't think of him really the way I do now until after I got out of jail and started watching his fucking videos and, you know, listening.
Now listen to how he catches his words. Like, he self-edits as he's talking. When he got out of jail. When he got out of jail was after he had already tried to tell law enforcement that Monkey was buried in their own backyard, which makes me even further believe that Brandon and Sarah are the two that were responsible for moving Monkey from their backyard to wherever Monkey is today. That's right. The truth never changes.
Yeah, I really didn't realize, like, I didn't think of him really the way I do now until after I got out of jail and watching his fucking videos and, you know, listening to his bullshit fucking non-making sense stories.
Illegally possessing a gun.
Now, this one is very important. Okay. So Stacey did this interview on a channel, Sweet Misery TC, I think is her name. This chick pissed me off. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. She made me very mad. This interview was the worst interview. She was throwing his Cash App up. She pinned it on her banner. He was talking to chat like shit, and she was laughing. Somebody in chat had said that Stacey should be responsible for paying the state or the city back for having to excavate his backyard because he's the one that said Monkey was buried in the backyard. And then he said he lied about it. And so people said, well, if you lied, then you should have to pay the city back for all that money that they wasted to excavate your entire backyard. And she thought that was hilarious. So, yeah, Grammy, right? Hey, Ta, how are you? Good to see you. Hi, Keister Bunny. Anyone else notice the stress yawn when he started pushing off on Brandon like a dog does when stressed? Yeah, he does that a lot. He has a lot of tells. Look at you, Mike. See, I'm not computer literate to be able to do that shit. Just rub it in.
Oh my goodness.
That's okay. The man, the myth, the legend. Wow.
How about that?
Yes. Nightbot's hitting on Mike again. Do what you got to do with Nightbot, Mike. Do what you got to do. Don't be using any F words, though. I'm telling you what. You can share people's links, but don't be making Nightbot do any F word fuckery, okay? Keister Bunny. No relation to the Easter Bunny, by the way. That's too cute. Happy Easter, though, Keister Bunny. Okay, now this part right here, he got tripped up. Somebody in chat said something about a gun. And his response is amazing. Like, he just completely told on himself right here. Here we go. It's only 18 seconds.
Illegally possessing a gun could very well be connected to Michael's case. Just saying.
Oh, really? Could it?
I'm reading from chat.
I know. And I'm pretty sure to answer your questions, smartasses, that the gun was never used or would ever be used. I have hand-on-hand firearm training.
Did you hear that? I'm pretty sure a gun was never used.
Yeah.
And then he self-edited. Do what, Tammy?
No, I was agreeing with you.
Like the way he said that?
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure a gun was not used.
Right. How would you know? If you weren't there, how would you know?
Right. Exactly.
Okay, one more time. Here we go.
I know. And I'm pretty sure to answer your questions, smartasses, that the gun was never used or would ever be used. I have hand-on-hand firearm training. Over for a second because.
Okay, this one. Okay, this is the one where he said Sarah went inside to use the bathroom at Brandon's when they got to Brandon's, right?
Right.
But then in another interview, he tried to make Lauren on Hidden True Crime look like she was lying or she was a dumbass or something dumb, because when she asked about Sarah going inside, he was like, Sarah never went inside.
Yeah.
That's what this clip is.
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. We're almost to the big video.
The big one.
The big one.
because the toe strap came undone. It snapped because Sarah jolted the truck and snapped the toe strap. So I had to, we had to pull over, and then I had to reattach or tie the toe strap back together. And then Sarah, I think, used the restroom on the side of the road like she usually did when we had no access to a restroom. But then that was the only time we had stopped.
I mean, why didn't she use a bathroom at Brandon's mom's house?
She did.
Oh, okay.
Her bladder is ridiculous. I've never met somebody who has to pee as much as her.
Yeah, well, you haven't met me.
Maybe not.
My friend Kat, who's in here, she'll tell you I'm like a.
One more time.
Thank you. Doing the best I can. I want people to know, like, I'm not this evil monster that, people are making me out to be. I don't have the capability or mentally.
He's so gross.
He is
Right,
gross.
C-Star?
So Brandon's.
He is.
Ouch.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Brandon's, I guess, ex-employer said he's basically like a.
Brandon's ex-employers. I don't know that.
I was trying to get to the part
Mentally
where he said
stable.
it.
At Brandon's mom's house, you said Sarah used the bathroom. Did she walk in the front door, or how did she get in?
Through the garage.
God, he's so nasty.
He is. Is it like one of those garage doors that you hit the button and the garage door comes up, or is it one of those like where you pull it up?
No, it was the garage door button.
Who had the garage opener?
He knows the code to the little thing that's on the side of the garage that opens the garage door. The pin you put in. The code opener.
Doing that.
What, clearing his throat?
Yeah. It's like every word he keeps doing that.
Right. I think that's one of his nervous tics. But I do remember during his strand of, panel hopping, trying to make money, he did end up getting sick so right here, he's staying in a hotel. So just in the short time that he was panel hopping, he lived in 3 different places. And this is when he was in the hotel. He was working at the hotel, and the hotel owner kicked him out of the hotel and fired him because of his hygiene. Like, no joke. He said that the owner was saying that he stank. He was stank ass. He had stank rotten ass, and he was coming to work stinking, and he wasn't keeping his room clean, and it was stinking like his ass. And so he got fired and evicted all at the same time. So then he also rented that room for 1 week from that woman who had no idea who he was. And when she found out, she made him get out, and he destroyed her home in the 1 week that he lived there. And then the other place that he lived was in a shelter, a homeless shelter.
And you
Then he
can
went
only be there so long, right? In the homeless shelters?
I don't know. I think each one may be different, and they have different requirements and different guidelines and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was smelling up the joint. That's right, C-Star. Exactly. He can't reach his ass to wipe. I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Seriously. I think he's just lazy. Right, Keister, like the passcode. So he is saying that Sarah went into the house with Brandon, and Brandon went in through the garage door because he knows the keypad code. He typed in the keypad code, opened the door, and Sarah went in to use the bathroom. Brandon wasn't supposed to be at his mommy's house. His mommy, Tina, was out of town that week. His mommy had a Ring doorbell camera on the front door. So they had to park past the house, past the garage, because the front door, it sits back away from the garage door, which you'll see that soon. So the camera doesn't see past the corner of the garage. So they parked past that point, and then they could walk up to the garage and go in the garage without being seen on that camera. And that's what they had to do. But here he clearly says Sarah went in to use the bathroom, and she peed on the side of the road later on their way back to Fruitland. He lies later.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, I was trying to remember if that was I think it's in a different clip. I think this was just the part that I had recorded to make the video, and that's why it's so choppy. But yeah, so that just shows right there. He said she did. Then so I started a little series called When Liars Forget the Lies.
Right.
And this was episode 1. This includes the part where Justin and Josh interviewed Sloppy Stacey. So we're going to do this one, and like I said, we're almost to the big video.
Okay.
And I'm going to see if I can.
And he's going to represent me. What he said this. There's no which way. There's not ego. It's not going to be like you're going to understand.
No, because I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be ignorant. If I was you, I would find a new attorney, personally. Well, because you said on another show that you were tired of being interrogated, that your attorney was there, and so you lied about where Michael's remains were.
I lied before I met with my attorney.
Well, I mean, what attorney would let anyone? And like
again, my attorney was not present. Listen to my words.
Okay, I didn't know that you didn't know that you could just say, "I'm not talking to you. I need an attorney."
Okay, I chose. I'm not having this conversation, but it's beside the point. It doesn't even matter.
So that was a phone call that Brooks had recorded with Stacey, and he didn't know that she was recording it, obviously. But he said his attorney was not present when he spoke to law enforcement, right? That's what we heard, right? And look at Mike being all awesome. So if you want your channel link dropped in the chat, all you have to do is type me out, all one word, no spaces, and Nightbot will drop your link in the chat. Look at Mike being all freaking awesome and shit. Thank you, Michael. I didn't even know that was an option. I am so bad. I've used Nightbot since I started on YouTube, and I still am trying to learn the stuff that Nightbot does.
Yeah, I haven't learned him at all.
It's hard. Like, yeah. I struggle with it. Like, yeah. I'm sure I make it more difficult than what it should be, but like trying to set up your commands and then the timers to go with it, that always gets me because I always mess it up some way, somehow. Yeah. But I mean, I have it to where it works well enough now, but I didn't even know that was an option. Well, Mike, I'm going to need a screen recording on how to. Like everything that Nightbot can do, if you can just record it, screen record it, and like walk me through step by step on how to do everything that Nightbot can do, I would greatly appreciate it. I'm just using, as long as I have the commands in there, I'm good. And I don't ever let Nightbot be a moderator because he puts people in timeout for using emoji. So, that's wild. He's a strict bitch. Okay. He's like, you use 2 emojis in timeout.
Right. You're not following
Right?
the rules.
Exactly. Darn you. Don't you know you can only use 1 emoji? Aussie, I'm glad we're not alone. Mike's going to help us, though. I'm just teasing. I can figure out to tell you how to like create the command and set the timer so that the command works in your chat, and how to link your YouTube channel. That's about all I know.
Yeah.
The Nightbot warnings.
The be nice warnings. See, Star, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, he gives.
Yeah, be nice in chat. Uh-oh, we can't hear you, Mandy. Oh, we might lose her. She'll be leaving and then coming back. Oh no, he times everybody out. Oh no. So maybe it's Nightbot that's been going around timing everybody out. And creators are thinking it, yep, there she goes. She'll be back. And creators are thinking it's one of their mods and it's really Nightbot. He must be sent in to sabotage some of the channels, huh? I wonder why he does that. I wonder why he times people. It must be one word that's triggered that triggers him to do that. Wi-Fi rest time. It's got to take a nap. Hopefully it comes back on. If you mod him, oh, okay. Yeah. We can't give Nightbot that much power. That's way too much power for a Nightbot.
But you have to mod him, or else he can't drop the links.
Oh, okay.
So you have to actually like turn off his moderator capabilities to like block and time people out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he still can be a mod, but with no privileges.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Like he's a mod now, when you look at it in my chat, he's a mod because only moderators can drop links.
Right.
Like if anybody who is not blue tries to drop a link, it won't show up in chat at all. Like their whole comment won't show up.
It must be a certain word or something that just makes him automatically time somebody out.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely very strict. Very, very strict. I don't think I've ever seen anybody use him at his full capabilities of moderator. I think everybody turns the mod capabilities off because it's just ridiculous. Like I could see Gray Hughes using him as a mod, but
yeah, 100%.
Unless you're giving me a super chat, you're going in timeout. Okay,
that's right. That's right, and make it worth my time.
That's right. I have to donate all this money. Okay, so I need your money.
Yeah,
give me your money so I can donate it.
Right.
That wasn't very nice. I can't believe I said that. Oh my gosh.
The truth hurt.
I know. All right. Okay, so we just heard a lawyer was not present. when he talked to law enforcement, right? That's what he said. He talked to Brooks like she was an idiot because she was playing dumb and was trying to fool him. Okay, so now we're going to listen to what he says to Justin and Josh.
In the interrogations.
Exactly.
And to stop an interrogation, what you did, you said that Michael was in the yard. How does that, did that stop an interrogate? Did that actually stop it?
I haven't been interrogated since. I haven't heard from law enforcement. I haven't talked to law enforcement. I haven't heard a peep from anybody.
So they dug up that entire yard, as we all saw. We watched them do it, based on just you saying that he was buried in the yard to stop it.
Correct.
So you tricked law enforcement into doing that?
I guess if you want to put it that way, yes.
Well, I mean, that's against the law, right?
I mean, do you think
so? Very well, you could and probably should be charged with that. But I'm not here to like trip you up or hang you or be mean to you or anything. But how is it that you can trick dogs into hitting on human decomp? You can't do that. You can trick the police, but you're not tricking dogs.
No, not at all. But
the dogs did hit, correct?
Apparently, that's what
there were supposed to be multiple dogs.
So you told them that Michael was buried in the yard, and then, which you say is a lie, but then dogs hit on human decomp in that yard.
They hit before I told them that. That's why they questioned me.
So they hit before?
Correct.
Wrong. That's a lie.
So
But to prove my point that there was nothing back there, that's why I had them go dig it up. I knew there was nothing back there. I simply was very much so under pressure. I was being interrogated to the point of tears. I mean, for hours a day, for like 3 or 4 days. And honestly, I could not take it. It was killing me.
But I thought you said you gave them the tip.
I did give them the tip after they interrogated me.
If the dogs would have hit earlier, they would have just dug it up.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I'm trying to understand.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so obviously,
I mean, they wouldn't have known to search your house if they hadn't if you hadn't given them the tip.
That's what I'm saying. I told them.
You told them, and then the dogs hit, correct?
No.
Yeah.
Because the dog, if they hit on
dogs hit before, that's at least what I'm being told. That's what law enforcement told me. That's what detective.
They would dig it up though. They would have dug it up if dogs would have hit. Not so they didn't. They dug it up because you said Michael was buried in the yard.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Then they bring the dogs out there to confirm that, hey, there is human there is they're hitting. So then they dig it up.
All I know is I told them that fable. That's what I told them. I don't know anything further than that.
And you can see how that's going to be hard for people to understand.
I do, absolutely.
Because I mean, that's a lot to tell. I mean, to get an interrogation to stop, all you would need to do is say, hey, I want to talk to my lawyer.
And I did that. My lawyer was present with me.
I'm sorry, what? Now he's saying that his lawyer was present with him. So yeah, that liars forget their own lies. So yes, this whole thing right here. So what really happened was Stacey spoke to law enforcement while he was incarcerated, and he told them that Monkey was buried in his backyard. So law enforcement got a warrant. They went to their house. His wife, Sarah, was at home. They knocked on the door. Sarah said the Most High God told her that Stacey killed Monkey.
Yeah.
Then she changed it and said Adrien killed Monkey. Then she changed it and said Stacey buried Monkey in the neighbor's backyard. She couldn't tell the same story twice either. So they arrested her for something that had to do with not telling law enforcement and concealing a homicide or a death or a corpse or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So she got arrested that same day. They ended up starting the excavation process the next day. And the whole time, you saw how close the Vaughan home is to where these monsters live, and how to get in and out of the neighborhood to this the monster's house. So the whole time, Brandi and Tyler are sitting there in their home, hearing these dump trucks with loads of dirt driving past their house, wondering if their baby is buried in this fucker's backyard.
Yeah.
And he's sitting here saying he lied because law enforcement pressured him into tears after 3 or 4 days of interrogation. This was in November. Monkey was abducted in July. Monkey's family was in tears since July. So 4 months compared to 3 or 4 days, a few hours where he was brought into an interrogation room and questioned. It wasn't like they took freaking shims and shoved him under his freaking fingernails. They questioned him about what he knew about Monkey. And he's a bitch and he wanted the deal. That's what it was. They offered him a freaking deal. So he tried to take the deal and tried to tell them that Monkey was in his backyard, which is where Monkey was at one point. He didn't realize that while he was incarcerated and his wife was not for 3 months, that his wife, their roommate, who Stacey would sit out in the living room and listen to his wife doing the dirty with this guy in the bedroom to try to allegedly get her pregnant because Stacey couldn't get her pregnant. Those two dug Monkey up from their backyard and moved him and hid him someplace else while Stacey was incarcerated because they knew that Stacey was weak and he would try to make the deal.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, allegedly. But one thing is a fact, Stacey's a bitch. Stacey's a bitch boy. Okay, he's a sloppy, sloppy Stacey bitch baby boy.
I can't see him really doing like manual work.
Right. Well, I mean, he told law enforcement that he couldn't even get out there and mow the yard, so how would he get out there and dig a hole?
Right.
But then he bragged during the interview that we're going to watch that he's the one who pushed Brandon's Mercedes to where he could hook the tow strap to it so that they could tow it back from Kuna to Fruitland.
Yeah, I can't see that.
Right. That was when Sarah went inside to pee and Brandon was inside doing laundry.
He was pushing all by himself.
Yes. He was out there being Hercules.
Yeah. How about that?
I don't know if he watched, but he definitely listened to Mike because he said that it was getting old listening to his wife get worn out in the bedroom. It was supposed to be for like a week while she was fertile, and it turned into an ongoing thing. And he sat out in the living room like a little bitch that he is and listened to his wife getting boinked by another homeless guy that was living with them.
Really?
I mean, that's from what he said. It's my version, but it's what he said.
Why would you even tell people that if it was true?
Well, he was trying to make Sarah and Brandon look bad, but all he did was make himself look like a freaking idiot.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. I forgot how bad that one got me worked up. Okay, now this one is about their trip home. This is episode 2 of When Liars Lie. Then we're going to watch one more. And then I think we're going to get to the big video.
So this is a timestamp from July 27th at 9:56 p.m.
Correct.
All right. And how far are you from home here?
They're about 25 minutes.
25 minutes. Okay. All right. So you're going to. Okay. Is this on? Are we still on our way home here?
Yep.
Okay.
So that road, literally, if you follow that Highway 16 or Idaho 16, you continue on that road. If you want to bring up Idaho 16 on the map, on like
Okay.
Google Maps real quick. I'll guide you guys to it.
Okay. Let me see. Let me zoom in more. What are we looking for?
Actually, do Idaho 16 to Payette, Idaho.
Payett.
Yep, right there.
There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay.
There you go. See,
Okay.
that's Idaho. You'll notice if you zoom in, you notice that's Idaho 16 from point A.
Right here?
No. Yep, that is Idaho 16. Correct.
Right. Okay.
Yep. So Idaho 16, you follow point A.
We're going to do this. Okay, right here.
Yep.
I highlighted it. Okay.
Yep. It'll bring
And
you around a circle.
And this is where
Idaho
you
16 turns into Highway 52. Correct. And that's the route we took.
correct. Yes. Okay. All right. What is the speed limit here? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
I don't know. We went slower than the speed limit because you don't go fast when you're towing a vehicle. I assume like 50, 55.
Okay. And what is there stores along this way? Is it rural?
No, just a mountain. That's just like a straight road that takes you all the way into Payette.
Okay.
It's an old highway.
Okay.
Didn't he say it was only about 25 minutes away from home?
Mm-hmm.
It's a 50-minute drive, and they went slower than the speed limit?
Yep.
Okay, so this is... I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying slower than the speed limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I haven't driven the vehicle, but I've been in a vehicle when they've been towing with a tow strap, and we went a very, very short way. They allegedly went almost an hour drive.
Yeah, that's a long
on a
way.
highway at
Yeah.
night. Like, you have to go slow because of the tow strap. And basically the car that's being towed is what stops the vehicle in the front. So he said that Sarah was learning how to tow. That was her first time ever driving a vehicle when they were towing with a tow strap behind them.
Mm-mm.
So that would have even taken extra time because he said that's when she broke the tow strap. So he's full of shit.
Yeah.
Right, Mike? Thank you. You think it only broke one time on a 50-minute drive? On a, map, GPS, a 50-minute drive. I think it would have happened more than just once, and that strap would have been short as shit because allegedly he tied it back together.
Yeah, which is not going to last that long on a tow trip.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Witchy Mama.
Especially if you have repaired it once already.
Right.
I mean,
where did you send me a message, Witchy Mama? Yeah, it would have, the way that, it would have drug, and it wouldn't have been a 50-minute drive. Sure as the hell wouldn't have been 25 minutes. And I saw somebody else, Sherry. Hi, Sherry. I was going to say, I knew I saw somebody else pop in chat.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the other part of this is actually the video that I made with the clip that we watched earlier, when I realized that it was me recording the clip. So this is when he told Brooks that Sarah did not, or that Sarah went inside Tina's house to pee, but then he told Lauren Sarah did not go in the house, that Brandon was the only one that went inside of the house. And I don't think law enforcement ever did treat Tina's house as like any type of crime scene. So they didn't do any type of like luminol or DNA or, like nothing.
Inside the house at all?
Right, at Tina's house. And that's where Stacey said Monkey was bound in the guest room at Tina's house when they were in Kuna.
Yeah.
Which is where Brandon...
Uh-oh. There she goes again. Uh-oh, there she'll be back. Yeah, they should have. That's kind of crazy to think that they didn't do that. You think they would do everything in all the places because they need every bit of evidence they can get. Maybe they didn't have enough to go in there and do that, but I don't see how they couldn't have. I know, strike two.
Strike two. I'm back. Ridiculous. Okay.
That's what Mike said.
I would love, is it broadband? Because I need some, okay? Can I borrow a cup of internet? I was thinking about on Bad Boys when he said, we just want to borrow a cup of sugar.
Mm-hmm. No, just be greedy and ask for a whole picture of it.
Right?
You have some left over, right?
That's right. That's right. I need 2 eggs instead of 1, please.
That's right.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so what I was saying, that's where Brandon's car was parked, was at his mom's in Kuna. So they drove from Fruitland, from their neighborhood to Kuna, in my opinion, to get Monkey away from all the law enforcement that was swarming the neighborhood.
Probably, yeah.
And while they were there, they had to come up with an excuse of why they went to Tina's house, because they couldn't just say it was so Brandon could do laundry at 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Mm-hmm.
So they hitched the truck to the car and towed the car home. Yes, Keister Bunny, they did. The only thing that law enforcement did at Tina's that we are aware of is they took the dogs, and Tina allowed them to bring the dogs. They didn't have a warrant. They took the dogs on her property, and there was a hit outside, right where they would have gone in. Like if they went in through the side access door on the side of the house, Tina has a privacy fence around the house. On the right side of the house is where the garage is. So if they had to go through the privacy fence to get to the man door, the access door from the outside, so that Brandon could go into the garage that way, that's where the dogs hit, was right there inside the fence. So I think that they set Monkey down right there in the yard on the inside of the fence while they got the house in. And then, according to Stacey, to law enforcement, he said they put Brandon in they put Monkey in Brandon's mom's guest room in her house overnight, and then they went back the next day and got him. And that's when they buried him in their backyard, was on the 28th of July. And then Stacey went back to jail in 2022, and Sarah was out of jail. They take turns of being in and out of jail, sometimes together, sometimes not. And there was a 3-month stint where Sarah was out of jail and Stacey was still in jail. It was in September. Let's see, was it August, September, October, when Stacey was in jail and Sarah was out in 2022. And I believe that's when Sarah said, "Hey, Brandon, I need you to come over here and boink me. And while you're here, can you dig up this kid that's in the backyard? We need to move him because, Stacey's going to try to make a deal. He's weak. He's going to talk to law enforcement. We need to move him." And Brandon's a bitch boy, and he's just a little boy. And so he said, "Okay, Sarah."
Innocent, you forgot.
Yeah, sweet, innocent little boy, Brandon.
Yeah.
So he just did as he was asked by Sarah.
You would have thought that would have been enough, Grammy H. You would have.
Right. Well, according to Tina, the dogs hit on her leak.
Uh-oh, there she goes again.
Am I leaving?
I thought you were. You went out and then came back in.
Oh my goodness, I swear. My Wi-Fi. My son probably still has his game connected to the Wi-Fi, so it's still pulling on it.
Yeah.
I'll have to go in there and shut it off here soon. But yeah, the dogs allegedly hit on her leaky toilet. But the only problem with that is cadaver dogs don't sniff for shit.
No.
So they don't care if you have a leaky toilet or not. They're
Mm-mm.
sniffing for decomp.
Mhm.
And that's it.
Yep.
Mandy, the quiet type.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Baby kisses. Yeah, baby kisses is making jokes.
Mhm. You're right, Eve. They only get one chance at it. Yep.
That's true. That's
Yep.
very true. Double jeopardy is no joke, and
Mhm.
they only have one shot.
Yep.
So I'm glad they're taking their time and doing it the correct way and making sure that they have everything they need, because it has a big job ahead of them. A no body case is twice as hard because you have to have that much more circumstantial evidence. And I'm hoping all these interviews that I'm hoping that they help and they'll be used in court. Okay, so this is where he said Sarah did and didn't go into Brandon's. The full video. If my Wi-Fi holds out, I may be having to make a trip all the way to Mike's.
Brandon's mom's house. You said Sarah used the bathroom. Did she walk in the front door, or how did she get in?
Through the garage.
Is it like one of those garage doors that you hit the button and the garage door comes up, or is it one of those like where you pull it up?
No, it was the garage door button.
Who had the garage door opener?
He knows the code to the little thing that's on the side of the garage that opens the garage door. The pin you put in, the code opener.
Is there any cameras on his mom's house?
Yeah, on the front, but it doesn't cover the. She went through the far side of the garage, and she only has cameras on the front of her door.
And that was the day that Michael was abducted.
Yes.
Let me pause here just for a quick second. For those of you who have not seen Brandon's mommy's house, this is it. I kind of overlaid it, but you can see it. Her front door is right here and sunken in, like it's, very far back, the furthest back in the front of the house. So if they parked over here where to the side by the line, then the camera would not be able to see past the corner of the garage.
Look at Nightbot in there talking.
So smart.
I know.
What the heck?
Dang.
Does Nightbot have the lottery numbers?
Mm-hmm.
We need those.
Right? I think Nightbot's a little smart alecky.
I think so too. I think it might have something to do with the commander.
Yeah.
Oh. So this little piece of this little brown fence right here to the right of the garage, right on the other side of that is where the dogs hit. So I think behind the garage on the back side of the house, up against the garage is where the bathroom is. And that's where she was saying, the dogs hit there because of the leaky toilet in that bathroom. Or bullshit,
Yeah, I mean,
That's the story.
yeah, that's not going to happen.
Okay, so now we're going to listen to him completely tell a whole different story. So that was January 8th when he was on with Brooke. January 8th, 2024.
And that was the day that Michael was abducted.
Yes.
So I'm just curious. So did you and Sarah go into his mom's house with him when he like snuck in there?
No, Sarah stayed in the truck. I had to push Brandon's car out of the driveway
Hercules.
to back it out and to push it out into the street, the garage that goes out to the backyard.
And did Sarah go in?
No, Sarah stayed in the truck.
Okay, because didn't you earlier say she went in to pee?
No.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Sarah went pee on the side. Sarah went pee on the side of the road when the tow strap broke, which we can cover.
Oh yeah, let's cover that too. Yeah.
Liar. So see how easily he lies and how easily he forgets his own flippin' lies.
Do they ever play? I wonder if he's ever played. They ever play this back and say, "You lied here. You lied here."
No, nobody did. And see, because when he had gotten to the point where he was doing the interviews, he did 2 interviews with the Hidden True Crime because her husband is a doctor. And so he did one with her that was public, and then he did one with I can't remember his name. With her husband, the doctor. And
Okay.
that one was on members only because they talked about his family because he has sisters, and he kind of turned into a Don Wells.
What kind of doctor is he?
A psychiatrist, something, some type of head doctor.
Okay.
Like, he's a really good doctor. If you have not seen The Hidden True Crime, Dr. John, thank you.
Okay.
Dr. John, he is really good. And he gets very emotional, like he's not just, he doesn't have that barrier up, like when he's talking to victims or talking about victims, he gets into it. So yeah. So I love their channel. Okay. The last one that we're going to watch. See, I have one here about Brandon too. They never brought him into their house. When he did the hot tub interview with JLR, he said that he never saw any kids in Stacey and Sarah's house at all the whole time he was staying there. But that was a lie because there was a picture on Stacey's Google Photos when he did the screen recording to prove that they stopped to fix the tow strap home at 9:56 p.m. There was a picture on there from another day. I think it was July 28th, and it was Stacey's tattoo artist daughter was at their house, and she was a child.
And she was what?
She's a child, like a child.
Okay.
Pickles is here. Hi, Pickles.
Oh, Pickles meow moo. So if they are all incarcerated, is the house like still closed up because it could be possible evidence there?
I don't think so.
That's a
See,
shame.
the house, Stacey and Sarah's parents own that house. We're renting from them. They actually live right around the corner.
Okay.
So I don't know what's happened to the house. Like, I don't know who stays there or if they still own it, if they've sold it, or, I don't know any of that information. Anybody in chat? No.
You would think it would be something that they would have to keep sealed or whatever, kind of like they did the Idaho house for a while. They kept it sealed, but then they tore it down, which they should never have done that. I just don't even know how that happened. Mandy will be back. I just don't even see how that was fair, but yep, she'll be back. Her internet is so wonderful. It just loves her, and it just keeps her on, without her being lost or anything. She does so great on here. Strike 3. I know, Mandy. I know. Okay, you're restarting your laptop. Okay. I was just wondering if they kept that house, just for evidence, because you would think that every evidence or every bit of evidence they have would be important. And I'm guessing they've already searched it once, maybe. Well, I don't know. Have they searched it under these pretenses? Because I don't know why they would have. Mike, we're saving to get a new Starlink Wi-Fi, but $600 to start up. So we have to wait a few months. Till then, AT&T Wi-Fi sucks. Yep. Mandy, don't go. You can blame it. Oh, now Nightbot is singing. I never knew he could sing. How about that? Well, Nightbot is just a man or a Nightbot of many talents. How about that? Hi, Seclusion Works. How are you? I would hope they could still go to Brandon's mom and search. I would hope. I sure would hope they could. The sanity. Yep. Well, I don't know. There's a little bit of sanity here. It's not a whole lot. It depends on what kind you want, Seclusion. Yeah, I mean, they may be having to go to places they didn't know they were going to have to go to. You know what I mean? There may be other places involved that we don't know about yet. Very proud of yourself. Good. I'm glad you are. You found a good place? Are you proud of yourself because you found a good place? Or did you do something great today? Did you have a great day? She restarted her computer, so. Did everybody hit the thumbs up? Did everybody hit the thumbs up? Make sure, yep, I just said that, Mandy. I just said it, girl. I'm ahead of you. We might watch Mandy speak for yourself. I saved a life earlier and had confirmation my medical skills are intact. Very good. Very good. That's a big deal. Congratulations. That's an awesome deal. What is Nightbot? Yeah, you see Nightbot. Has Nightbot done something else? Did I miss anything? Oh yeah, I didn't miss that. The command Wi-Fi has been added successfully. Well, I hope that works, Nightbot. I hope you have fixed Mandy's Wi-Fi now. You should get to work on that.
Me too.
Fix it for her so she don't keep going out.
Right. Please fix it. Pretty, please. I swear, I don't know what's going on with. I am so illiterate when it comes to electronics. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with my laptop.
Is it your laptop or your Wi-Fi?
Well, this last time it was not the Wi-Fi. The first time my Wi-Fi went out and I think it reset, like it does nightly,
Yeah.
because it went out on my phone also. But this time it didn't on my phone.
Oh.
And my laptop started acting funky. So that's why I shut it down. Well, then when I went to connect my VPN back to it, it wouldn't connect to the Wi-Fi at all. So I had to turn the Wi-Fi off and turn it back on, and it was just a mess. It was a pain in the ass. So I don't know. I need somebody who knows something about laptops,
Yeah.
to be able to look at it and fix it, because it's barely a year old. So it shouldn't be giving me this much trouble.
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so the last video that we're going to watch before the big one. This is the one where he was busted. Was this? Hold on, let me make sure that, yes. Okay. This is the one where he was busted about saying that he was one place at A&W when he, I think, was sitting out in front of the grocery store where Brandi worked, that was directly across from the Payette Park. It's called a
black
dildo.
part. What? Very good, Seclusion. That is very good. Good. Who's being a pervert? Oh. Mandy. Oh, Mandy. Yep, there she goes again. Well, I do hope we can finish tonight. If not, we might have to go do it a different night. That is very awesome, Seclusion. I know how you yeah, we lost her again. I know how being people is a hard thing. I get it. So that's very good that you jumped right into action. So you didn't forget. That's awesome. Yesterday at Walmart, a girl was sitting on the floor. I lost that. Hold on. Go back and catch it. It went up. After shopping, she was still there. We gave her a ride. 2 cops, they were closed. So we took her to the sheriff. She had no idea where they were. Aw. That's sad. How old was she? I know, Mandy. It is. Yeah, I know. I know how you feel with bad. I know. Keeps doing it. I'm gonna have to stop. I know. I just said that. She's not from here, and her boyfriend kicked her out. We got her set up with dispatch and gave her $20. She wanted my address, but we don't live there. Probably 25. Oh. You never know when somebody's there that you can help like that. That's awesome, baby kisses. Can air blow your laptop out? Yeah. Might need to run a I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but you might need to run one of those like we have web root, so like clean it, do one of those I can't even think. the word I want to say. Anyway, you know, one of those things. Or you run it on your computer and make sure everything's okay. Diagnostic test. There you go. That's what I was trying to say. Yep, that's true. The real Gemini. Yep. Thank Jesus for putting you there for her. Yep. To be fair, the internet company, it was night 2 of WrestleMania tonight, and it ended as I came in. Loads of people are probably uploading content. That's true, Witchy Mama. Yep. I don't have that trouble anymore now that I have broadband. I don't have, like, other people don't affect mine, but it used to before I had that. Oh, you told her you've been there before? Yeah. Yeah. And that's something else people like to hear. I don't want to say like to hear, but it makes them feel better to know that somebody else has been where they've been. You know, it makes them feel not as alone. The fan might not be working. That's true. It does feel good to help others. I agree, C-Star. Oh, you could still do that, Seclusion. You could still do that. You could still do it. The training's still there. You could do it. I know it would take a lot, but I bet you could do it. You pay for the diagnostic thing and the crap cleaner. That's a good word for it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and it still does it. Yeah. Oh, now Nightbot is sale. You know, Nightbot, Mandy's Nightbot is very talented. He's a salesman for clothes and merchandise. He tells the weather. He tells jokes. He gets a little snazzy and a little snarky and a little tells, you know, says his little dirty little jokes. He's quite the Nightbot. I have to commend her on hiring such a good Nightbot. My sister used to buy junk laptops. Inside them is a battery. Cost $10. Looks like a watch battery. Huh. I did not know that. Technically, you would be in the 3rd year. Yeah. I bet you could do it. Maybe YouTube or Streamlabs is overloaded. You know, YouTube has been acting weird lately. Like, I will be watching a live or just a video, and it'll just stop in the middle of the video and just take it off my screen. I'm like, what? Thank you. I wasn't done watching this. Please put it back. I was the oldest one in college besides the teachers. Oh. Not with, oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Seclusion works. Because I don't see that when I see you come in chat. I don't see that. Yeah. I forgot about that. You're getting so good on the panel, talking, keeping everything going. I'm trying. I am trying. Well, you know what, Seclusion? Even if you're not using it professionally like that, you never know when you're going to be needed again. You just never know. You just never know. And it's good to have somebody around, you know, that knows that. I was on rerun earlier. Weird. A clip. Yeah. Your poor laptop, Mandy. I do like the screen here, though, Mandy. I like it. I like it. The crystal ball, I really like it. I don't even know how many is live this time of night. I haven't looked because usually when me and Mandy go live, it's so late at night. I don't pay attention to who's on when we're on. You would think a lot of people wouldn't be on at this time of night, but I was quite surprised to see how many people are on. I know it's still not. What is it? Not booting up, or is it taking forever, Mandy? Oh, I thought that was one of you girls. Yeah. Everything on your phone. You know what, Eve? I can't like everything I'm learning to do. I don't like the shorts and stuff. I do the shorts on my phone, but before when I make my videos on the looking glass, I don't like to do them on my phone because my phone is so little and it aggravates me because I can see on my phone, but when it comes to making my videos and stuff, I don't want to do them on my phone. I'd rather do them on my computer. The phone is just too little to me and it's aggravating. So Mandy will tell me, I don't know how to do it on the computer. I always do it on my phone. And I'm like, oh, but I hate doing it on my phone. So I've kind of had to teach myself a little bit on the computer because the phone is it just doesn't have enough space there for me and eliminates some of your options. And I just would prefer to have my computer. So that's where I've been going. That's what I use most of the time. Emmett, hello, welcome.
I want to cry.
Oh, there you are. You're back.
I'm hooked to my hotspot on my phone right now.
I've had to do that before too.
That was my last option because I kept trying to connect to my Wi-Fi and my Wi-Fi extender, and neither one of them would connect. It kept saying no internet access secured. And I'm like, what are you securing? There's nothing there.
Right. Are you securing air?
Right.
What, internet waves? What are you securing? Yeah.
Exactly. Pain in the ass. I swear, I can't wait until we get different Wi-Fi. And then if I still have these issues, then I'll know for sure that there's something wrong with my laptop.
Yeah.
But it's just, I know it's irritating because my son's game will do it too. Or sometimes his game, like he'll come in and just be ready to throw the Wi-Fi out the window, and I'm like, everything else is connected. We have 18 devices connected to our Wi-Fi. So I'm like, everything else is connected except for your game. You're going to have to restart your game and try it again. And so, it's just doing the same thing to my laptop.
Yeah. And even because we don't, every once in a while, my husband, he does have a gaming computer and he'll play, but we just don't have time for that with all the other stuff we have to do. But even when my grandsons come over and get on the Wii or get on their phones or a tablet or something, we don't have any issues with the new broadband. We don't have, the more connected, it doesn't lag or anything. So it made a big difference. So when you get it, you will love it. Really love it.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I wanted to get the AT&T has the fiber option or whatever, but it's not available in our area yet.
Yeah.
So
yep, that's the way ours was. We were on a waiting list for 2 years. It took them 2 years to get it here because
that's not very encouraging, Tammie.
No. Well, see, when they sent the map out and everything, they're like, you're going to be getting it, around August of, 2022, I thought they said, or 1 or something like that. And I was like, yes, I was so excited, so excited. And, you get put on the list, and what they do is they partner with your power company, not like your bill isn't included. they're not associated with your power company, but they use their poles to run their
Right.
broadband. And then they put a box on your house and everything. And it was 2 years after we were so excited thinking, and they kept delaying it and putting it back. It was like, oh my God. But finally, when we got it, I was like, thank God that, and it's awesome. But I remember. That's why when you see if you go back and see the videos or the videos of me with Summer's case with Cher, and you see me up
Mhm.
and then you see me disappear and you see me come back, that's why.
Right.
Because my
Yeah, I
Wi-Fi
get it.
yeah, that's what I was doing. Yep.
And I'm trying to think how old my router is. So we had requested a new one. I can't remember when we got the new one. I want to say it was probably like maybe almost a year ago. Because it was so my grandbaby's 2. It was after she was a year old. So it may be right around a year old. And it's through AT&T. But that's why I'm saying, like, everything else is connected. And then, like, if I pull up my smart app, my AT&T smart app, it tells me that my signal is strong. There's been times that I've had no signal on Wi-Fi, like where the Wi-Fi is out, and I'll pull it up and it'll say the signal is strong and you can test your router by walking through these steps. And so I try to do that, and then it'll kick back on. But I just have to wait,
Well, do they
I don't know. It's a pain in the butt.
do they upgrade routers every year?
No, they've never upgraded our router. And when we got the new router, it was the exact same model as the router that we had.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they just mailed it to us, baby kisses. We plugged it in, or I plugged it in and hooked it up. I just unplugged the old cords and plugged them into the new router in the same spots because it was the exact same router.
Yeah.
Yeah, AT&T is not that good with it. Like, I don't know. I feel like we pay $120 a month for Wi-Fi because we pay for the highest tier that they offer, and it's supposed to be like the fastest megabytes per second and, all of that stuff. And like I said, we have 18 devices. So that's a lot, and normally it does pretty well. We have a few smart TVs that are hooked to it, plus a PS5, a PS4, and security cameras, and my laptop, and, tablets, and iPhones, and iPads, and, there's everything that's hooked to it. So I think it's just a lot on it. So I think once we get the Starlink, it'll be better. The amount of devices shouldn't matter. I thought they'd be like fighting for the service.
Now my neighbor, they didn't sign up for the broadband that we have, and she has Verizon. Like you do, Seclusion. She just went to Verizon, to the cell phone company, and got what is it, or what would you call it, a router from them or whatever that
Router.
is. And she said it
Yeah.
does fine for them, but she don't get on YouTube and all that kind of stuff, so she just needs it just for basic internet.
And see, that's why we went for the higher tier, because of having the game systems and, not just like phones here and there. But, yeah, Starlink is supposed to be really good. And my husband he's the one that wants it, even more than I did. Now I really want it. But,
Yeah.
he wanted it. And so I looked it up, and it's also $120 a month, which is exactly what we pay now, but we have no limit on our usage. So we like our regular bill is, I think it's $90 a month, and then we pay an additional $30 a month for no overages, because before we were going over and they would charge us like $20 for every, like, I don't know, gigabyte or terabyte or whatever it is that we were going over. They were
Yeah.
charging us $20. So we'd have like a $250 bill, and it was only supposed to be $90 a month. And so I was like, this is wild. And I got on there to check it one day to see if the fiber was available yet. And it showed that if I paid an extra $30 a month, they wouldn't charge for overages. And I was like, well, shit, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, we're paying almost $200 a month in overages. I'd much rather pay the extra 30.
Right.
So I signed up right then. So I don't know if there's a limit on the Starlink or if it's unlimited at the $120, but I know it's $120 a month, but your first month, it's like $570 some for them to send you the router, the thing that you have to attach to the house, and then the mounting kit, and that's us mounting it. It's an extra $200 if we want somebody to come out and mount it. But so it's just for the device in the first month is almost $600, and then from there on it's only $120 a month.
Dang.
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
but it didn't really say much about, like, I don't know. Again, I'm computer illiterate, so it said something about the megabytes per second, but I was like, okay, well, I need to see what it is on our plan right now, because I don't remember. That's how I, gauge other things, is by what I'm paying for.
Right.
So I heard the dish Wi-Fi sucks.
Yes,
Yep.
it does. Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have a Costco, Grammy. Dang it.
Yeah. We don't
Can I
either.
order it online through Costco? But see, then how would that work? I mean, I'm all down for trying to get it cheaper in any possible form. I just wish AT&T would hurry up and get their fiber. Like, AT&T coverage is really good. Their customer service sucks ass.
Yes, it
But
does. Yeah.
that's why I hate calling in. I don't want to call in. If I can do it online, I'm going to do it online. Even like when we upgrade our phones, I've been with AT&T on my cell phone since 2000. Okay, 25 flipping years that I've been with AT&T. And a new customer gets a better deal than I do.
Yep. I hate calling
Like,
too.
they don't recognize their existing customers.
I'll chat before I'll call in and talk to somebody.
Well, when we went in and upgraded our phones this last time, we went in and the guy was like, making us these awesome deals, which we did get awesome deals. I got my new phone, which was a $1,500 phone, for $5 a month. And I want to say it was it 24 months for $5 a month? I don't know. They took like $1,000 off because I traded in an old phone.
Right.
My husband traded in an old phone, got his phone for free. My son, we got his phone for $6 a month, and my daughter got an iPhone, and hers is like $36 a month because we didn't get a deal on hers.
Yeah.
So our bill was only supposed to be like $250 for all 4 phones. It's never $250 a month. It's always way more than that.
Yeah.
We pay like $400 and something a month for our 4 cell phones. But when I call in and talk to somebody, they're like, oh, yeah, we'll do this and we'll do this and we'll take this and we'll do that and we'll combine this and your bill will be down to this. And then the bill comes and it's like double that.
Yeah.
So no matter who I talk to, they're all dumb as shit and don't do what they say they're going to do. And then we're the ones that have to pay the bill.
Or they'll do it for a month and then it goes back up. It
Right.
creeps back up.
Or I've called in and they're like, oh, well, it's only going to be this way the first month because this is the adjustment month. So it's prorated and next month it'll go down. And then the next month it's even higher.
Yeah.
And you're on hold forever. And you're lucky if you get to talk to somebody who speaks English. So, you know, it's frustrating.
It is.
Okay, so we're going to get back over here. And we're going to get through this. Damn it. We're going to get through this. Okay. So this is the timeline video. And this is the big video that we're going to watch. And we are going to go as far as we can. We're obviously going to have to do a part 2. But we're going to try to... we're going to try to decide where Stacey is telling the truth. And we're going to try to get our own timeline. I have to keep coming back over here to StreamYard and make sure I'm still here because it keeps playing with me. So we're going to listen to the first part here where he goes through. And in this video, I walk through all the interviews that Stacey did, the first 7. I think it's either the first 6 or 7 interviews that he did. He ran through the timeline. When he left the house to do the taxi run, which was the beginning of his day, and when he got home from doing the taxi run, which he lied about where he was. That was the other short video I was going to show you, where he was sitting outside at Albertsons grocery store, not A&W like he had said. He lied about it. So there's that. But that was the video I was going to show you. But he, according to his own Google Photos, he was outside of Albertsons and he was in the Payette Park by the bandstand. He took 2 pictures of himself and it showed his location on both of those 2 pictures. The picture that he took of Sarah's hat, he held the hat up and showed Sarah that he had her hat in the car. That picture was taken while he was inside of Payette Park by the bandstand. The other picture he took was the selfie of himself, and you could see the brick behind him, and that's when he said he was at A&W in Boise, Idaho. He was not. It said right there on the data at the bottom that he was in Payette, not Boise. And according to the brick behind him, he was at Albertsons grocery store, not A&W restaurant. And Albertsons grocery store is where Brandi Neal was at work that day. Now, I don't think that he knew that Brandi was there. I don't think he even knew of Brandi at that point because he hadn't seen Michael yet. But he was outside of the grocery store, which was directly across from the Payette Park. So I think he was scouting children.
I'm sure he was. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and Baby Kisses, we know you can change the location, you can change the time, the date, all of that. That was up for big debate because there were people trying to say that you could not change that and that it would show that it was edited if you did change it. And that wasn't true. One of the videos that is actually in this playlist, which I'm going to share this playlist with you guys in chat too. So if you want to go watch the playlist yourself, you can, because I skipped over a lot of videos and there's a lot that are short videos and then longer ones. But like this one, look, I'll just click back on it so I can show you where.
This was important. I did want to clear this up. Sterling said, so A&W is at 3:30 and it's an hour and a half drive to get home. Would that get you back to the location at about 5 p.m. ish or what, can you clarify that kind of time?
I'm sorry, Ontario, not Boise. He said that he stopped in Ontario at the A&W. That
Okay.
wasn't true.
Timeline for us.
A&W was in Ontario, Sterling. So it takes to go from Ontario to Fruitland is about maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes, depending on which part of Ontario you're in. This one was taken at the Arby's parking lot the day of the night in question. Oh, you'll see right here, 400 South 6th Street takes you directly.
See, it says Payette, Idaho right there.
The Arby's building, which is, keep in mind, July 27th, 2021, 3:37 p.m. There's this, show y'all. Arby's was exactly on that road right there. Or sorry, not Arby's, A&W.
I have to pause it for just a second because right there it says that Stacey's picture is saved in Google Photos, which these were his and Sarah's, I think. But he was saved in there as Sexy Bear.
Really?
Oh, no. Sexy Sar Bear.
Okay.
So it's SEXYSARBEAR. And then it says sex after that. So I don't know exactly why, but there it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how this image right here.
Yeah.
This one
So those are the two pictures he took on the 27th.
was taken after leaving the parking lot of A&W.
Also
Just
Payette.
just zoom in real close. Highway 95. We'll go back.
That's the picture. This is the picture of the child sitting in his living room.
Was taken
on the 28th when Brandon said there were no kids inside the house. I never saw any kids inside the house. That was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as you can see, according to this, Stacey was wrong. He was in Payette, not Ontario. And we're going to break it down even more than that.
Where was the 45-minute drive then? It wasn't
coming back home.
Okay. So the A&W was in Fruitland.
They have an A&W in Fruitland and they have an A&W in Ontario.
Where was this A&W then?
In Ontario. That's what I said.
Gotcha. But it's 15 minutes. So where did you go? I understand what you're saying. And I thought Ontario was really close too, but you went someplace and it was a 45-minute to an hour and a half drive. Where was that?
Oh, that was the night before. That was the day before when we went fishing at Owyhee Reservoir.
Okay. Now, here's another lie. The day before, when they went fishing, this is Caesar right back here in the back seat with Brandon and Slobby Stacey and Slutty Sarah. Caesar is a RSO.
Nice.
I actually just found when Justin was going over the live stream the other day, I had said that in chat and he said he didn't know that. And so he had asked, he said, I wasn't aware of that. And I said, yeah, I'm 99% sure, but I'll go double check. I'll go see what I can find. So, I found his mugshots and he was arrested and had to register for his charge was a victim under the age of 16. And he has a few different mugshots. He has quite a few. But this picture, according to Stacey's own camera roll on Google Photos, was taken in 2020, April 2021. So he lied again.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like every single thing that he said, either he couldn't remember, and instead of just saying, I don't remember, he would lie. And he would blurt out the bullshit, and he would be wrong. So that's who we're dealing with here. So now that you know more of the details about Slobby Stacey and how he likes to lie and how he can never tell the same story twice, and you know, all the things. Now this is where we're going to go through his own timeline, and I want to, like I said, I want to get through at least the first part, and then we can stop for tonight, and then we'll do a part 2 where we go through the day of, or I mean the time frame when Monkey vanished, and then we're also going to go through the time frame when they got home from Kuna.
Okay.
Because there's so many. Oh my gosh, and then I give my rendition of what I think really happened also at the end of this video. So yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different time frames that he gave when they left for Kuna. Which is the questionable time frame, because that's when Monkey vanished. Okay. So we're going to start playing here, and I will pause it before you need to pay attention, like super attention to the times.
They were just questioning me. They said that apparently their timing and my timing were off, which is unusual because I'm pretty good at recollecting times. So I'm 99.99999% sure that I knew exactly what time we left the house that night for Brandon's car. I knew what time I left during the day. Like, I'm a very time punctual person.
You're the time.
I don't know. I'd say probably close to 3:30 or 4, maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like I said, this is years ago. You know what I mean? I don't remember.
Very punctual. Okay, very punctual. Now, as he gives the times that we're going to be paying attention to, those I put on the screen. So I keep track of them. Each time he says a time, I put it on the screen. So that's the part that, when I said we need to pay attention to closely, that's what we're going to be paying attention to. And then you get to decide which time you actually believe. And then, like I said, at the end of the video, I go through and I give you my guesstimation assumption of the factual timeline. Because he can never tell the same time twice. He can't tell the same story twice. Because he's a slobby bitch boy.
Verbatim everything, so I'm sorry if I'm not able to remember specifics, but I try.
He is.
But I got home and everything was just as it should be, as a normal household should be, peaceful, quiet, not nothing exciting, and then Brendan had approached Sarah and I because he had been asking for a little while, but he wanted Sarah and I to help him go get his vehicle from Kuna, which was parked at his mom's house. So about when it started getting dark, probably 5:30, 5:45, somewhere around the end of the 5 o'clock hour, we all got ready and got into the Sierra, the red burgundy truck.
Okay, hold up. I want to read this because I know it's kind of hard to see, but on Tuesday, July 27th, 2021, the sunset was at 9:18 p.m., not 5:30. I mean, minor details, you know, a 4-hour difference, but who's counting, right?
Right. Who's counting?
Oh, yeah. Definitely not him.
Obviously not.
Because 5:30 to 5:45, when it started getting dark, it was July.
He's punctual.
That's right. He's really good with his time frames, okay?
Mm-hmm. And
That's
the time
very
of
important.
year, the time of year, he's great with that also.
Yes.
Nowhere at this time of year does it get dark at 5:30. Maybe Alaska.
Right.
I mean, in the United
and
States anyway. In the United States, yeah.
I think that what his problem was, this interview was done January 8th. So he was thinking winter months. You know,
Yeah.
it gets dark around 5:30 in January. Yeah.
Yeah, in January, yeah.
Yeah. So he showed right there that he's full of shit and lying right off the bat. And this
Yeah.
was the very first interview that he did.
Yeah, because truth doesn't change. If it happened, if you're in the telling a story that happened in the summer in the wintertime, you're gonna say it was hot as heck that day, or something related to summer. We'd had a storm that day or something. You're not gonna relate it to the time you're in then, because that wouldn't be true.
Yep. But he's trying to think on the fly because he's making up his own story as he goes. And he wants the time frame to fit to where they were already gone on their way to Kuna when Monkey was abducted. That's his goal. So that's why he said they left for Kuna at 5:30 or 5:45, because he knows that Monkey went missing at this point between 6:30 and 7 p.m.
Yeah, he's changing the
which
time.
law enforcement later.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Law enforcement later narrowed it down to 6:45 to 7 p.m. So, yes. I hate what they're doing to him too, Eve. It's bullshit. They're so selfish. I mean, they're monsters, heartless monsters.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the video. We're going to try to get through as much as we can here. It's a school night and it's 2:30 in the morning for me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go.
5, somewhere around the end of the 5 o'clock hour, we all got ready and got into the Sierra, the red burgundy truck.
Okay, what time do you remember being on Arizona and 8th Street when you were putting power steering fluid? And I'm not a mechanic, as you know. We talked today about my truck.
I would say probably early 6 o'clock hour. Early 6 o'clock hour, like between 6 and 6:15, easy.
Okay,
Okay, so Brooks did a really good law enforcement trick there, because first she asked what time they left for Kuna. And we know by his own story that when they left for Kuna, they pulled out of the driveway, drove around their little bit of the neighborhood, those few blocks, and pulled onto 8th Street. When they got up to the corner of 8th and Arizona, that's where they stopped to put the power steering fluid in. No way did that take 15 to 30 minutes for them to pull from their driveway to the corner of 8th and Arizona. But see how that changed his timeline? Right there.
Yep.
Exactly, seclusion. He's trying to cover his lard ass.
Oh my God, baby kisses, you've been awake almost 3 days and a couple hours. Oh my gosh.
Baby kisses.
Mm.
That's not healthy. We all need our beauty sleep.
My opinion is what's caused Brandi's sickness. Stress can be influenced by hormones. If you're out of whack, illnesses can set in anywhere or cause a heart attack. Yeah, stress can do a lot of things. It sure can.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hers is her liver, right?
Yeah, she has a liver disease.
Yeah, she needs a liver transplant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's deathly ill.
Yeah.
And yes, he was very specific when he said the red Suburban. So they were in the SUV, which is important because earlier in the day, which we're about to hear, when he did the taxi run, he was in a 4-door sedan.
Mm-hmm. And he wants you to know that for some reason.
Yes.
He wants you to know the different vehicles he's in my opinion. I don't know why.
And I don't know if they ever took, and see, here's the thing though, they didn't even, on July 27th, the Wondras, the House of Monsters, were never even looked at because there were no leads to lead them to them until later in November.
Yeah.
Which I do have a video because I came up with how I believe that they got onto the Wondras about Monkey's case, how they tied the two together.
Someone was asking in chat earlier, can they go back and research Brandon's mom's house?
If they got a warrant, yes.
Yeah. And have they ever searched the Wanderer's house?
Yes. They did that in November. So after Stacey said Monkey was buried in the backyard, they served a warrant on the Wanderer's house. That's when Sarah got arrested, and they locked the house down. They had it on lockdown the entire time that they were excavating the backyard.
Okay.
And they also searched inside the house intensely with dogs and everything. And law enforcement said that they did find evidence related to Monkey's case on their property in their home.
Okay.
So not only did the dogs hit on the backyard, but there was also stuff inside the home.
Okay, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yep.
That's good.
I just wish we knew a little bit more.
You know, the evidence by that long of a period of time could have been gone.
Right.
So it's great that it was still there.
Right.
For being that.
I wish that they would have gotten the vehicles though.
Yeah.
The Suburban, I think, got repoed, and I don't think they own any of the vehicles today that they owned back then.
Yeah.
And
Probably.
if we believe that they drove the Suburban from Fruitland to Kuna to do the tow, then that means that Monkey was inside of that Suburban.
Yeah.
And they can't check it. And then the next day, when Sarah and Brandon went back to get Monkey from Kuna, what vehicle were they in then? You know, allegedly they were in the sedan.
Yeah.
Didn't know that until 5 months later in November.
Yeah.
Or 4 months. So.
Yeah.
C-Star, if he has any intelligence left in his little pea-sized brain, he will spill the information. We won't know until tomorrow. If he gets released tomorrow, then I'm going to say, no, he didn't share shit.
Right.
Because otherwise, we should be seeing charges pressed tomorrow. They offer time of the essence, once they put that deal out, And I'm hoping for Brandi's sake. I'm hoping, because a trial can take years.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Listen, this is still the same interview. This is question number 3.
So you're saying like around 6 o'clock you were putting the power steering fluid in there. Okay. Do you know what time Michael went missing?
No. But we, like I said, the neighborhood was completely quiet when we left to go get Brandon's car. No movement, no activity, nothing. And we got back later on that night, like you said, between 9 and 10, and we literally noticed we pulled into the on Southwest 8th Street, and there was a shit ton of activity, people everywhere, cops everywhere, etc.
Car.
I got home at 4, like I said, between 3:30 and 4 o'clock, and we left about 5:15 or 5:30 at night. So give or take an hour.
Did law enforcement?
Okay, so now we're up to, he got home from the taxi run between 3:30 and 4 p.m. They left for Kuna 5:30 to 5:45, early 6 o'clock hours, 6 to 6:15, and 5:15 to 5:30. Then they got home from Kuna with the tow between 9 and 10 p.m. You following? We're just getting started. Seclusion, I have it sped up. Is it too fast? I have it on 1.25, but I think I recorded it on 1.25, which means that it would be on 1.5 speed right now. So I can slow it down if we need to. And thank you, Eve. Thank you for dropping that. Now, that playlist is all of the interviews that Stacey did. So those aren't the videos that I made. Those are the interviews that he actually did. The playlist that I'm sharing right now see, I don't think I can share it from this screen. I have to wait and go on the main screen, but I'll share that link here in just a second. I'll grab it. Okay, so this is the next day. This is the second interview that he did with Brooks on January 9th. And he said he got home from the taxi run at 3:30 to 4 p.m. and they left for Kuna 5:15 to 5:30. And then they got home from Kuna between 9 and 10. Here, I'll put it on normal speed so it'll be a little bit closer to actual. I won't slow it down any more than that because I think that you can still pick it up on, pick up on all of his stuff.
Enforcement ever show you the time that you left to go tow the car?
No, they didn't have any specific. They had pictures of the truck leaving the neighborhood, correct? And that was exactly at the time that I told you guys on here, between 5:30 and 6.
Well, it sounds to me like you would be home during that time then. I mean, I'm big about time. I mean, obviously not today because, we had a snowstorm. Mermaid said, I'm confused all the time. Don't feel bad. So, I mean, if you left a few hours after being home for a few hours, wouldn't you be home during the time that Michael went missing? We're just trying to clear things up.
No, I told you Michael went missing that night after we had all left. I recommend applying for housing at the trailer and be similar. Okay.
There's a booger in his nose.
I literally was gone from the time 1 o'clock to at least 3 or 4.
We lost Stacey.
We lost.
So the timestamp was before you guys left to go tow the car.
No, the timestamp of when he went missing was it like 6 o'clock? There's 6:30 at night or 7. We left at 5:30. That's when they timestamped us leaving the neighborhood.
And what time did you leave to go towed the truck?
About 5:30.
Okay.
But we didn't get back till 9:30 or 10. So that would make sense that it was dark out when we got back. Yes.
Okay, there we go. He was on foot near his home between 6:30 and 7:15.
Okay. Like I said, we left the house at 5:30 that night.
Okay, so the taxi run was at 1:50.
Yep. Correct.
When were you
about 4 p.m.
on camera? Time did the police? They had a timestamp because they always have everything timestamped. What time did they show you in the neighborhood? Or show
in
your
the truck or in the Lexus when I went earlier that day?
the truck?
We left at like 5:30 last night, and that's what the timestamp verified.
So the timestamp that he's talking about, he said that law enforcement showed him a picture of them in the Suburban leaving the neighborhood at 5:30. So if that was the case, then why did he give all these other time frames here when they were leaving for Kuna if he knows for a fact that law enforcement had them at 5:30? Because he's full of shit. Yes, baby kisses. It is. It's my let's see. The playlist is called S3 Michael Monkey Vaughan, and there are 29 videos in the playlist. So it's the link that I just dropped there. And all the videos that we've watched so far, plus this one, are all in that playlist. Plus, there's a lot more. But because every time he lied, I would clip it. You know, it was like, it was so easy. He did 9 interviews. So when he lied to one person and then he would lie to another person, I was like, you just told so-and-so something different. And I remembered who he told it to. So I would go clip the two and try to make it, you know, a video to show his lies. That's how I did this, because each time he talks, like we just went from this interview with Brooks to this interview with Eve, and he's going to give us another time frame to add to our list here. We have 3 different time frames that we're focusing on, and we need to try to figure out from what he said happened that day, because I believe that what he said happened that day is true. I believe that he did go do a taxi run and he went back home by himself. Then I believe that they all 3 left the house and went to Kuna to get Brandon's car from Tina's house. And then they brought the car back to the neighborhood that night. I do believe that timeline. But which time is actually correct for those events in this day? So that's where you guys come in and decide which ones you believe. It's like piecing a puzzle together. Right? They're easy. Like, oh my gosh. The way that he changes his story, it's ridiculous. Okay, we're going to keep playing. Like I said, I want to try to get through this first section here. So, another 5 minutes of the video, and then we can stop.
Sarah, me, Brandon were in the car, the truck. We had pulled off by Arizona and 8th Street on the side of the road. I had been putting power steering fluid in the truck. I noticed a kid down the road, kind of in the yard, that was playing, just doing his thing, being himself. And, you know, it was a secure neighborhood. You know, I didn't think anything of it at all. But I would say it's probably like 5:35, 5:40. If I had to put a time frame on it,
Now, that was the first time that he had ever mentioned seeing a child playing down the road. Brandi knows all of those neighbors who live on 8th Street right there. There were only, he said that he saw the child, I want to say 7 or 8 houses down. There's only like 5 houses on that block. So he couldn't even tell the truth about that either. And there was no child there. None of those houses have children in them. So baby kisses, yes. So they drove past the splash pad multiple times that day. But when he left for his taxi run that morning, or that, I think it was in the morning. It was like, I want to say it was 11. I'm so confused on the times right now and my brain is tired. But it was when he left to go do the taxi run. He took somebody to the airport. When he left to do the taxi run, he said his can of chew fell on the floorboard on the passenger side. So he pulled over into the splash pad parking lot to get out of the car, walk around to the passenger side, and retrieve his chew. And then he went back around the car and got back in the driver's side and left. That is when he was caught on the camera at the splash pad. That was one picture that they did show him, and he does talk about that in his interviews. Thank you, Kelly Dime. That was at 1:30. So he said he got home from doing that taxi run anywhere from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m. so far. He's given 3 different times so far. Then allegedly they saw them leaving the neighborhood on a camera. And that's the one that he said was at 5:30 per law enforcement's timestamp that they showed him during his interview that he calls the horrible interrogation that he cracked under pressure. No, Monkey was not at the splash pad. But it just shows he was scouting for kids. He was at the splash pad at 1:30 in the neighborhood. Then he was in Payette, sitting across from the Payette Park and inside of the Payette Park when he got home from the taxi run, or on his way home from the taxi run. And then Monkey vanishes. And those are in order of the day. We just don't know the exact times of everything. The pictures that was in the last video I showed you, those were at 3:47 and 3. The second one was taken at 3:47. I want to say 3:47 and 3:56 maybe were the 2 times that he took those 2 pictures when he was in Payette, and he was saying that he was in Ontario. That was when he was coming home from the taxi run, where he said he got home between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. So is it kind of coming together a little bit better now? That's why I wanted to show you those things, because those were the timestamps from his Google photos. So as long as he did not change those times or those locations, which I don't think he did, because it put him inside the Payette Park. The Wondras vehicle was seen leaving the neighborhood at 7:08 p.m. Oh, Kelly Dime, I did not know that. I have not heard that. I'd always heard that Monkey was abducted between 6:45 and 7 p.m. That was the most narrowed down time frame that I had heard. Very interesting. Yes, seclusion. Yes. I think Monkey was definitely a victim of opportunity. I think Stacey was scouting for kids throughout the day. Right, C-Star. Right. And there were 2 neighbors that did see Monkey when he had left his home. And from what I've heard, the dogs lost Monkey's scent at the corner of 8th in Arizona. So he did go around that way towards Arizona to look for somebody to play with. It's so sad because my son would do the same thing. And when I say somebody to play with, I don't mean like another kid. I mean, he was looking for neighbors to go chat with. You know, my son would walk around the neighborhood and go, he loves going over and talking to the lady across the street. She's 99 years old. She still goes out and does she doesn't mow the yard, but she does all the other yard work. And my son will go out there and talk to her. And he always has since we moved into this house. You know, so it's adults and children that he gets along better with adults. So I could see Monkey doing the same thing. You know, going and talking to the adult neighbors. And they were busy. One of them was just getting ready to leave or had just gotten home from a grocery trip or something, you know, so they were just busy. Sad. Correct. The neighbor next door facing Arizona is the neighbor that allegedly walked Monkey back to the mailbox. Right. Yeah. One of them, yes, one of them allegedly had taken him back to the mailbox to have him go back home, but he didn't go back home. Obviously. Unfortunately. But yeah. All right. We're going to keep rolling here. Tammie, are you still awake? I think Tammie might have fallen asleep. She's muted. Tammie, you're muted. If you're still awake, you're muted. I think she dozed out on us.
No, I'm here. I had to go to the bathroom. I'm back. No, I'm here.
Figured. Leave panel before you fall asleep, so I figured.
No, and I had to go get something to drink.
All right. Well, did you hear me say it? I'm going to do 5 more, well, up till 11, the end of this section. So right at 11:24, and we're at 7:03 right now.
Okay.
So just 4 more minutes of this timeline layout here, and then we're going to ask chat what timeline they believe for each event.
Okay.
All right. That's right. Busted. Nope. We weren't talking about you. Nope. Not at all. Nope. Oh, goodness. All right. Here we go.
I saw this, but he looked nothing like Michael at all. He looked taller. He definitely did not look like a 5-year-old boy, for sure. A lot of you are probably going to ask me specifics on what he was wearing. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I'm not even going to guess because I'm not going to be that person that speculates and is wrong and then has a bunch of people hating on me again. So, I mean,
right.
You know, I'm not going to mislead somebody. I'm not going to give misled information. So,
I'm just trying to get a location where you would have stopped, a good general basis of where you stopped. Like
so do you know where Arizona is, right? So you pull out the subdivision, Hidden Meadow subdivision, and you take a left, and right there's a little dirt patch right before the
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yep. So we pulled off right on the right hand side of the road.
Okay. Okay.
Before Arizona.
Okay. Now let me ask you this.
Probably
now,
500 feet before.
Okay. So in this, what time would you think this was during the day?
5:15.
5.
No, sorry. We left about 5:30. So doing like 5:40.
5:40. Okay.
In my body.
Do you think he was there putting power steering fluid in the vehicle?
At max 30 seconds. It doesn't take very long.
And then you jump in and you leave from there and you continue down 8th Street to go to Brandon's, what is it, his mother's house?
In Kuna?
Okay.
Yeah.
whatever watching, 8th Street's the only way in, the only way out. At what time do you think you enter 8th Street coming back with the tow?
What time do you think we got back?
Yeah, with the tow from Brandon's house after he washed the clothes and you hooked up the video.
No, it was probably 9:15, 9:30 at night.
9:30 at night. Okay. What up here?
Not a problem. Thank you all. And just want to say, if you want to do another interview, I'm down for it because I
Okay,
need to make some too, so.
Okay, well,
He said, I'm down for it because I need to make some too, So he wanted the money.
Yeah.
And when people refused to give him money, he started calling them derogatory names, including Justin.
Yep.
He's such a sweetheart. He likes to use the N-word a lot, too, with a hard ER. Just saying.
think about some things. If you can remember some things that come to mind, I'll talk to you off screen in a little bit, Stacey. I'll hit you up. You have a good one, man. I appreciate it.
Okay. So I'd say, it's going to sound stupid, but going back to the timestamps, I would say 6:30 or 7 is when we left.
When you left.
Ding, ding, ding.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So you leave at 6:30, 7 o'clock. Okay. All right. And you guys are making a trip from Fruitland.
Correct.
To
Cuna.
Huh?
You
Kiko
gotta post
says
my
she
Cash App
believes
up.
you.
Thank
Oh,
you.
dang. I forgot.
This is the one where it was so hard for me to watch the interview. And I know that afterwards, she must have either caught hell or felt bad or something because she privated the interview. So I'm glad that I recorded it when I did. Because not many people got it.
Oh, okay.
He's so gross too.
Mm-hmm.
And this one, she said that she would help him with new clothes and she would put his Cash App up and, like he thought he was going to make bank by doing this interview. And he's so rude to her and to the chat.
But yet he wants
Because I
the.
don't know how to put that.
Go ahead.
But I was going to say, yeah, but he wants the money from the interviews.
Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That was the look that he gave her when she said she forgot to put his Cash App up. Yeah. And I made sure to blur. So if you look at his name, part of it's blurred out underneath his name.
Yeah.
Where she had put his Cash App up, I blurred it out because I'm not advertising his Cash App.
Right.
So that's the blur that you see down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's so nasty. Okay, Here we go.
Thing up there. There you go. I told you I was going to post it, so sorry, I totally forgot. You're welcome.
So I just want to tell the viewers that
Yeah, Mirandy.
I am kind of having a pretty rough time right now, and currently trying to get on my feet with a vehicle. I'm kind of down and out and can't really run my company without a vehicle. So
I just have to pause for just a second to say I'm such a fucking bitch. Yes, I added the violin and the pity party pictures and all of the above. I really don't give two shits about his pity party.
Nope.
And I don't feel bad that I don't give two shits about it. Karma is a beautiful thing. All right, here we go. Prepare yourself.
Okay.
The pity party is deep.
Oh, Lord. Get your boots on.
Yes.
I'm kind of down and out. Can't really run my company without a vehicle, so if you all want to, like, you know, donate anything to my cash app, that would be extremely appreciated. And I'd be extremely grateful.
You have never talked to Brandi, right? Have you talked to Brandi?
Nope.
No. So he thought the body was still there, didn't know they had moved it. But he said that he faked the story. It wasn't true. And I told him that he needed to pay for them. They needed to pay for them digging up that yard.
I know this video is supposed to be solely based on the time frames that Stacey gave, but I have to share my thoughts about this last little clip that we just heard. And I'm going to give you fair warning before I say my thoughts that I'm not going to be very nice right now. I'm so furious that I can barely think straight. I have 2 more clips after this one, but I need to respond to this last clip first. So let's hear it one more time.
You have never talked to Brandi, right? Have you talked to Brandi?
Nope.
No. So he thought the body was still there, didn't know they had moved it. But he said that he faked the story. It wasn't true. And I told him that he needed to pay for them. They needed to pay for them digging up that yard.
So this chick who deleted this live stream interview or put it in members only or something, it's gone. She asked if this slob, Stacey, had ever spoken to Brandi. And then in the very next breath, she reads a comment, which I agree with, and says the slob said he lied about a 5-year-old baby boy named Michael Joseph Vaughan being buried in his backyard. This slob claims that he lied to law enforcement to end his interrogation because he's a weak bitch boy. But I digress. This chick laughs, as she said, I told him he needed to pay for them digging up that yard. What the fuck is funny about that? And how's he supposed to pay for that excavation process anyway when he's on here begging for shoes and a damn coat? I'd say the only damn thing that this nasty slob bitch baby needs to do is tell law enforcement what they did with Michael Joseph Vaughan on Tuesday, July 27th, 2021, and where Monkey was the very last time this slob saw him or knew exactly where they had him. That is what Stacey James Wondra needs to fucking do, in my opinion, allegedly. Let's listen to these last 2 clips before I share all of my thoughts on this whole video and try to wrap this up. I told you I was a bitch and I didn't feel bad about it. I warned you it was coming. Like, that set me off. It pissed me off so bad because not only could she not say Monkey's name, but she laughed about, ah ha ha, he lied, so he needs to pay the city back for ha ha ha.
Yeah, what's funny about, I mean, why that's so inappropriate.
Yeah, absolutely. And I had never heard of her channel until Stacey went on it. And I haven't been back to it.
Yes, I'm not even going to ask because I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want you to say it on here. You can tell me later, but yeah,
Well,
I don't
it's on
even.
the screen.
I don't know.
I gave her credit.
Well, I can't see it because I little. I can't see it, but yeah.
I mean, when I do fair use, I try to do the fair use. You know, I give the credit to the bitch. You know, like,
yeah.
Not quite sure why that was so funny, but
you had to give somebody credit that just lightly laughs about the missing little boy.
Right. Yep. Yeah, it was inappropriate, highly inappropriate.
Yeah, that was. Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the last 2 clips. I forgot that I had the interruption. That's why it was at the end of that. The last 2 clips, and then we'll stop there because the rest is me going into my timeline. So there's just like a minute left here.
That is his Cash App. He asked me to put it out because he needs clothes and shoes. What would he like to talk about, or what would he like us to ask about?
Ask anything that pertains to the case, but I'm not telling my story again. You will find every answer that I have given on the other YouTubers podcasts.
Okay,
He
so
is honestly being disrespectful to your viewers. I don't understand why we.
Oh,
Go ahead.
He says, ask anything pertaining to the case, but I'm not going to tell you my story.
Right.
Okay,
Because
so
this was like the 5th interview that he had done,
yeah,
and he knew he was messing up. He knew he wasn't giving the same time frames, and he wasn't telling the same story twice. So by the time he got here, he knew he could talk to her like shit, and she'd let him.
yeah.
So he's saying, I'm not going to tell the story twice. Don't ask me.
Right. So why even talk about the case then? What's there to tell?
Right.
I mean, if he's not going to tell his story, then what questions could they possibly ask him that he would have answers for? Because they're going to ask him all the questions he don't want to answer. Is my point.
Well, and so the problem was the people in her chat had not seen his previous interviews. So they didn't know what he had already said. So they're asking legit questions.
Right.
And he was like, screw you, go watch the other channels, which was rude to her because, she put his name in the title of, here, we're going to interview Stacey Wondra. And then he gets on here and he's like, go watch other channels.
Yeah. So what are they going to, that's what I'm saying. What's left to ask if he tells them that?
Right.
There's
I would have been pissed. If I were her, I would have kicked him off panel.
Yeah. Yep.
And the way he talks to the chat, but he can't see chat. So she's reading chat to him, but the only thing that she was reading to him were the shitty comments towards him. Like, it was like she was intentionally trying to get him pissed off.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep. So that's what she's getting ready to read right here. And I think I put something on the screen that said she only read the shitty comments to him.
Yeah.
Like, people had legit questions and she wasn't reading those.
Yeah.
She was reading just the shitty comments.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you felt the same way. Like, I thought it was very rude. It was very disrespectful. Everything about it, the way he was talking to her, the way he was talking to chat, the way he was telling people to go watch other channels, like, you don't do that to a creator. I mean, I share people's channels because I'm all about spread the love. If you want to be here, you're going to be here. If somebody else is live when I'm live, you're going to pick one. What I do or say is not going to change where you want to be. So, but if somebody would come on my panel that I was trying to interview and he said he would come on, and if I share his Cash App, he's going to answer questions. Okay, then you answer every freaking question.
Yeah.
You don't tell people to go watch the last 5 panels that you've been on.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. What's left to ask if he says, I'm not telling you my story? Okay, well, that's what they want to know.
Right. So why would they send you any money?
Right.
What are you given for that money?
That's dumb. He's a dumbass.
He's so nasty. Oh my God, he's so gross. I can't even look at his face. Sitting there spitting with chew coming out the corners of his fat face.
Wonder how that's working out for him in jail.
Right. And I'm fat too. Okay. So I'm not mad at fat people. Obesity, I have a lot of adipose tissue. Okay. But the way he carries himself, he is a freaking slob.
Yeah.
Has that chew running out the corners of his mouth.
Yes, gross.
I promise.
He can afford
I can
clothes. Because that stuff is not cheap.
That's right. And he's sitting in a library right now. He was doing his interviews in the homeless shelter, but it was so loud, and I think he got in trouble because he was trying to be on his phone at a certain time when he wasn't supposed to be on his phone or something. And so he went to the library to do this one. So he's trying to talk quietly, but he's trying to be a dick at the same time. So this is the interview where he said a gun wasn't used.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that's it, Kelly Dime. He was there for money. That was it. And exactly, C-Star, he forgot what he had said. That's what I'm saying. He realized he was messing his story up. And so I think at this point he was like, I can walk all over this girl, you know, so what I say goes, and she's going to listen because she wants me on her panel. So this is when his head started getting real big, you know,
Yeah.
like real big. So the fat word has more than one meaning here. He has a fat head, a fat ego. And then the slobby stuff coming out of his mouth is just an extra added grotesque.
Yeah.
Yes.
Gross
Oh my
bonus.
gosh. I can't even look at my screen. Okay, let's get him off the screen. Here we go. Whew.
He is honestly being disrespectful to your viewers. I don't understand why we must see other shows. Everyone doesn't watch everyone's channel. Different creators have different populations, as you can tell.
Okay, so go check them out.
I'm just reading chat to you. So
No. I'm not being disrespectful. If I was being disrespectful, you wouldn't see me on here. Trust me. I can be a lot worse than this. Be thankful you guys are getting what you're getting.
Yeah,
Be thankful you guys are getting what you're getting.
What are they getting?
Nothing. That's what you get.
Right. Be thankful you guys are getting what you're getting. I bet he didn't get any cash apps either. Maybe from her, but that was it. And that was because she promised she would.
Yeah, he's not going to get anything like that. I mean, not if they can go to another creator's channel and get it for free, because somebody else has paid for those answers.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she's even paying him. Like she said she would help him try to get a coat. So she said she was going to send him a cash app.
So
and
what
he's still
happened to his clothes before? He had clothes.
Well, I think he lost them in his moves.
Oh.
Because his vehicle quit running too. So, you know, he can only lug around so much when he's taking different types of transportation without his own vehicle.
I guess, yeah. I didn't know his vehicle. Karma's a bitch.
That's what he said in the beginning during his pity party. He had said that his car was not running right now and he needs that to run his business.
Oh, I heard him say that. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah. All right, we're almost done here.
is your heart black because you have no empathy for anything?
Like I said, I have more empathy for situations you guys realize. Again, check yourself before you wreck yourself.
Yeah, he just said you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Yeah, that's what he said. This was this slob's 7th interview. He must have finally realized that he never told the same story or repeated the same time frame twice, let alone 6 times. So on this interview, if that's what you want to call it, he was rude AF to anyone who questioned his timeline. He must not be as dumb as he tries to tell us he is. IQ of 62 or 64 or whatever. He's just a really bad pathological liar. He lies to lie, in my opinion. He lies to mess with people and get whatever he can get for free. In my opinion, he's a lazy crybaby bitch boy who can't keep a job because he's too lazy and whiny. He acts like he is God's gift and we should bow down to him. Wrong. We want answers to find Michael Joseph Vaughan and to get justice for Michael Joseph Vaughan. I believe 10,000% that this nasty slob has dirty hands, literally and figuratively. I absolutely believe Stacey Wondra knows exactly what happened to Michael Vaughan on July 27th, 2021, between 6:40 and 7 p.m. I absolutely believe that he was one of the last people
to see Michael Vaughan. I absolutely believe that this slob was trying to make a deal with law enforcement when he told them the truth, not lied, but the truth that Monkey was buried in his backyard.
Okay, I wanted to read this. Investigators searched the Fruitland home she shared with her husband, Stacey, after receiving a tip that Vaughan's remains may be there. That home is in a nearby neighborhood from where Michael was last seen, but the search turned up nothing. That's not true. Fruitland Police Chief J.D. Huff told KTVB he believes Vaughan's remains were buried there and were later removed. So later on the Facebook page for Fruitland Police Department, it was shared that they found evidence inside the home and proof that Monkey was in the backyard. But this just shows how this was the news, and they were talking about Sarah being arrested, and the search turned up nothing. So they fibbed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we can stop here because the next part is my review of Stacey's timeline, along with the facts that we know, and then where I break it down. So, what time? Let me go back to the end of his timelines right here. Okay. So we have home from the taxi run. What time do you guys believe that he actually got home from the taxi runs? Was it 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m., or 4 p.m.? Do you want to type it in chat, or do you want me to set a poll? I can do a poll. I don't ever do polls. Let me do a poll. I want to do a poll.
You just do a poll then.
I'm going to do a poll. All right. What time did Slob get home from taxi run? 3 p.m., 3:30 p.m., 4 p.m., or other. Okay. Start poll. Do, 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 do. That way, if the lurkers are back there lurking and they don't want to type their thought in chat, they can vote it on the poll. It's a candy bar. Right, sassy sissy. Telling you what. Well, I'm glad you are, Seclusion. As long as everybody is respectful, we don't have any type of judgment in the chat. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions. If we disagree, we can talk it out like adults.
That's right.
What? We don't do the drama. And C-Star, he did. He got kicked out of every place he went. I wouldn't have any idea why.
Yeah, I can't imagine.
Yes. Nasty slob. All right, where are we here? Let me see. We have 8 votes. 8 votes so far. Has everybody voted? Everybody see the poll? If you don't see the poll, if you close out your chat and open it back up, it'll pop up at the top. When it says that the poll has been open for 2 minutes, I'm going to end the poll. So if you haven't voted yet, go cast your vote. So far we have 0% for 3 p.m., 25% for 3:30 p.m., 62% for 4 p.m., and 12% for other. So if you chose other, if you would care to elaborate why you chose other in the chat, that'd be great. All right, we're at 2 minutes, so here we go. We're going to end it in 3, 2, 1. Ending poll. There we go. 4 p.m. 1 in that time frame. All right, now we're going to see what time. Let me go back over here. What time did the trio leave to go to Kuna? Now, this is when they drove from their neighborhood, scooped up Monkey, put him in the vehicle, and drove to Brandon's mommy's house, allegedly. Okay, this is all allegedly. So, what time did the trio leave for Kuna? Does that make sense to everybody?
Mm-hmm.
What we're voting on here? All right. So let's see. We got to break it down here. So we have basically between 5:15 and 7. So we'll do 5 o'clock hour. So we'll have to do it by the hour because we only have 4 options. So we'll do the 5 p.m. hour, the 6 p.m. hour, I'm going to do 6:30 p.m. Wait, we'll do it. Wait. We can break it down a little bit more here. Okay, 6 p.m. till 7 p.m. And we'll do 6 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. And we'll do other. Okay. All right. So what time did he leave? Did they leave, the trio? This would be Sarah, Stacey, and Brandon. What time did they leave in the red Suburban to go to Tina's house, Brandon's mommy's house, to get Brandon's car to tow it back? This is also the time frame when Monkey vanished. Do 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 do. Everybody get your votes in. When it gets to 2 minutes, I'm going to end it. We currently have 7 votes. So far, 14% think between 6 and 6:30. 57% think between 6:30 and 7. And 29% say other. After 7 p.m., Grammy? Okay. Well, and with Callie sharing that the red Suburban was seen on camera by the splash pad at 7:08 p.m., that's new to me. So that changes my time frame a little bit too. Because the only thing that we had heard was law enforcement had narrowed the window down to when Monkey vanished between 6:40 p.m. and 7 p.m. All right. We're about to end it. Ready? Everybody voted? We're ending it in 3, 2, 1. Ending poll. Okay. Now I'm not going to ask what time you think that they got home from Kuna, because I need to share more of the story about what happened when they got home from Kuna before we go into that part. So, because Stacey gave more information about that during his interviews. So we'll do that in part 2, I guess. We can share that and do the last poll of what time you think that they got home, and then we'll run through the timeline that I concocted and see if it matches up with how you guys have picked your times. And if it doesn't, then you guys can share with us how you got your times. So, Grammy, is that why you said after 7 p.m. because of the 7:08 p.m.? Because I'm thinking it's a little bit later now myself. I don't remember if I shared. Oh, yes, I did. I broke it down on their ride home. Just trying to find that. Look at that adorable face. Adorable face. So we'll have to do part 2. Tammie, are you doing your live tomorrow night or Wednesday night? Have you decided yet?
Probably Wednesday night.
Okay. So I'll do a different night, obviously, because, Tammie will be live, and that's where the party will be. So we'll all be on over at Tammie's channel Wednesday night. So depending on if Tammie wants to join again and can, then if Cher's not live tomorrow night, maybe tomorrow night.
Okay.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
And it'll be late again, obviously. Came on late tonight. My grandbaby's fluctuates on when she goes to bed, and so I have to wait for when she goes to sleep. So if she goes to sleep earlier, then it'll be the 10 o'clock hour. If she goes to sleep later, it'll be the 11 o'clock hour, and that's Eastern time. And we'll wrap this up because I think this is very important, and I think that law enforcement is on this,
Yeah.
And I'm wondering so I don't think that any of the suspects are going to come forward and admit to anything.
Right.
So I really believe that we're going to have a trial.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to be excruciating for the family to go through.
Yeah.
The 7:08 time is when the Wondras vehicle was seen leaving the neighborhood. Not sure if that's the splash pad camera or another one. Most likely, Kelly, it's by the splash pad, because I think that that's where the cameras were. The walking man, that one was seen in the neighborhood right there that backs up to the splash pad. But I want to say that there's a camera. Look, if I'm correct, let me see if I can find it on here. If I showed it in the map. Did I show a map? Yes. And do I have it full size? There's a house that's on the corner. So when you come into the subdivision, there's a stop sign when you first come in, and I think a little bit further. Okay, right here. see if it'll let me zoom. There we go. Zoom it, move it, scooch it. Okay, so I'm going to try to use my mouse, but this is the main road right here where it says 30. It's right on the line. This main road right here. So follow it all the way down. I can't take my mouse down because it keeps doing that. But 30 is the main road. So they would turn in the neighborhood right here to this blue circle, to the blue arrow. This blue heart right here, this is where the splash pad is. But like the walking man was caught on a camera right here. So in one of these houses that backs up to the splash pad, they had a camera on the back of the house, or that was aimed towards the splash pad, and that's where the walking man was caught, was over there. There was allegedly another camera. So right here where it says dropped pin, the house directly below the D on that corner. See, I can't show it because it'll highlight that. But directly below the D. So it's right there on the corner. So it's either that corner or right here under this blue circle, the house on this corner. But I know it's at one of those first roads when you first turn in the neighborhood. It's on the left-hand side and it's at a stop sign. That house had cameras allegedly. So they could see everybody coming in and out of the neighborhood through the whole day. That's what I'm thinking the 708 capture was on. One of those, like that camera right there at that house.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I know the splash pad has different cameras. I want to say there's one on a pole that like aims on the parking lot. And that's the one that caught Stacey when he was there, when he was leaving to go on his taxi run in the beginning of the day. Yes, the walking man, there is a screenshot. Because it was alleged that it was Brandon Shurtliff, even though Misty, his bitch of a girlfriend, said it wasn't Brandon because Brandon, what'd she say? Tammie, he didn't have tattoos on his leg?
Yes, she said he didn't have tattoos on his leg, and that person did. And I'm like, how can you see a tattoo on that? It's not that good of a picture. I didn't think it was.
Right.
Of
And
the walk.
then
Yeah, the walking.
she had said something about his cross tattoo, and his build was different.
Okay, so
this is the walking man.
How do you see a tattoo on his leg?
Well, I guess you can kind of see it right here. It looks like there's a couple maybe, or a long one down the side of his leg.
Okay.
Do you see it?
Yeah, but I mean,
you can't make it out. Like, you can't make out what it is. And this is his right side, and this is now. So Samantha's response to that was Brandon liked to draw on himself, and she shared pictures of Brandon like drawing fake tattoos on himself. So if he was trying to disguise himself,
yeah,
I mean, that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
But I think that this is the same build. And this picture here was taken March 24th, 2022. So almost a year later, Brandon was still couch surfing at the Wondras.
Yeah. Well, now they
So
got
that's the
they've got this thing together now. They got to keep up with each other.
Yep. Oh, here's the bricks. I knew I had this picture too. So this is the bricks from his selfie. So here's his selfie and here's the bricks. This is A&W's bricks on the left, and this is Albertsons, the grocery store, bricks on the right. And here's his selfie.
Why is he taking a selfie?
Because Sarah thought he was out cheating on her. Allegedly. So he would take pictures of himself to prove that he was alone, which that doesn't prove he's alone.
No, it doesn't.
But, you know, I think we had even tried to zoom into his glasses reflection on here to see what was in front of him. You can see him holding the camera. You can see the rear view mirror in front of him in the car. But you can't make out it looks like cars in a parking lot is all you can really see. There's a car, there's a car, there's a car, and there's a car. And there's his fat hand.
Yeah.
It just looks like a blob with a black rectangle at the end.
Yeah.
But it's his hand holding the phone. It's just blurry. But so that was one of the pictures. And then the other one was this one. And this is more of the bricks. So this is Albertsons. And this is Albertsons. And this is Albertsons. And that's A&W. And then down here is A&W. And these definitely, in my opinion, look just like Albertsons.
Yeah.
And when you pull up the map and you're sitting in Albertsons parking lot, directly across the street was the Payette Park. Yeah, and I don't know how tall. I'd have to go look at Braden's arrest information to see what his height and weight and stuff is. But now this was on this last picture that's on this little screen here was on Stacey's camera roll on his Google Photos on Saturday, July 31st, 2021. This is the missing flyer, the original missing flyer that was handed out the night that they started passing out flyers. And this is the picture that was being shared on Facebook. And down here is a screenshot of Tina's house on Google Maps. And then this is a dropped pin somewhere. I don't think we were ever able to make that out, where the dropped pin was. But isn't that silly that we have Monkey's picture that was being shared on Facebook, the missing flyer that was passed out the night Monkey vanished.
Yeah.
Tina's house on Google Maps. And then this dropped pinned location there. All together in Stacey's Google Photos.
It's amazing, isn't it?
On Saturday, July 31st. I mean, I don't think that they would be planning an alibi or anything.
No.
That'd be wild to think of, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And August 2nd, 2021, Sarah Ann Wondra shared this missing flyer on her Facebook page. That's why it's on this page twice, because this is the actual flyer and this is her sharing the flyer. And it says, "Boy missing from around my neighborhood. Please help find him."
Mm-hmm.
Because she inserted herself into
Yep.
Monkey's investigation.
Yep.
So we'll go over that detail and how she inserted herself and how Brandon inserted himself in Monkey's investigation in part 2. So
Okay.
that dropped pin, I think, is very important, Grammy. I think it's very, very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think that that's where they were trying to say that they stopped along the side of the road when they were towing the car back from from Kuna, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure. Next time we'll pull up Google Maps and we'll look at it closer there and see if we can tell. When I look at Google Maps, I always do satellite view so I can see like the trees and the buildings and, you know, all of that. And this isn't. This is just the analog version, basically. So we'll have to see if we can compare it and double check and make sure that it's where I'm thinking. But I think it's very important also. All right. So,
Well, Mandy, I'm going to say goodnight and thank you for having me up. And thank you, chat, for having me and talking with me. And we'll do part 2, Mandy. Whatever night, just let me know. Just holler at me. We'll
all
go
right.
around, share, and you and me, and share you and me.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for coming up and hanging the whole time. I can't believe I was so expecting you to go to bed earlier.
I
And
know.
I'm sorry I kept you so long. I can't believe it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning.
It is for you. It's
Yes,
almost
for
3
me.
here. Yeah. But yeah. So I will jump down and let you say goodnight. And good night to all of y'all in chat. And I will see y'all later.
Thank you, Tammie.
Have a good Monday. Bye.
You too. Thank you. Bye. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe it's almost 4 o'clock. I think the only reason why I was able to hang this long is because earlier today I had a migraine and I had to lay down and take a nap. And so I think that's the only reason why I'm still awake right now. Because otherwise you probably would have heard me as Slobby was talking. Oh my goodness. But I want to do more for Monkey. I want to do more awareness as much as possible. I feel like each time we go live, there's a possibility of new people coming in and seeing his face and hearing his story and seeing the suspects. And, you know, maybe one of these times somebody will come in that have talked to the suspects and maybe they hold a key that needs to get to law enforcement, you know? Fingers crossed, prayers sent, all of that stuff. Monkey's got to get home. He's just got to get home. That's the bottom line of it. And I hear the rain coming. It's starting to rain. So great time to end it before the lightning starts striking again and we lose power again. I was thinking Slav when you said it. He is, right? Like, oh, he's so gross. Can you imagine? Like, I mean, I don't even want to put that mental picture in your mind. So I'm not even going to do that to you. But to know that Stacey and Sarah were married, that proves to me right there is somebody for everybody in this world. Okay? Somebody for everybody. If Slobby Stacey has a wife. Just saying. Grammy, thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Oh my goodness. All right, we're going to shake our booties one more time before we head out. Let's see. I haven't played the thank you song for a while, so I think we're going to play that. Thank you, Grammy. You're so sweet.
Not going to worry if it's out of my control. Ooh, 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 ooh. And I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you, thank you, thank you for loving me. Thank you for loving me.
Thank you so much. I love you back. That's so sweet. I'm not used to getting super chats, super chats. So thank you. It's so pretty, bright and yellow. All right. So you guys be prepared, because the next one we're going to dig in deep, and we're going to have to put all of our minds together and figure out this timeline, because I'm sure I got something wrong. And especially now knowing if they were caught on camera at 7:08. So we're going to have to fudge with the timeline a little bit and figure it out. Because I really do believe that he told the truth about leaving. Like when he got home from the taxi run, when they left the neighborhood, and when they got home back to the neighborhood. Those are the three things I believe. I don't believe his bullshit stories. Yes, seclusion. You get your snacks, girl. You know when Mandy's live, you better have your snacks, your drinks, and go to the potty first. Get that stockpile ready. Oh, Aussie, C-Star, Grammy, Callie, Seclusion, Eve. Thank you guys so very much. And anybody else who's still lurking. There's still 36 people here. I can't believe that either. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and we got 36 people still here. I appreciate you guys so very much. So we will definitely make sure that you ring-a-ding my bell, and check back. If you don't get a notification, you can check back tomorrow night or Wednesday night. Most likely we're going to be on Tammie's on Wednesday, and if Cher's not live tomorrow night, then I'll try to do tomorrow night. If tomorrow night does not work, then it'll probably be Thursday night, because Friday night I definitely want to do Summer's timeline. I want to get back to that, because we have taken quite a bit of a break because of the crazy weather and stuff. So I want to keep it on Friday, and we're getting ready to lead into June 15th in that timeline. So that's very important. And Todd, I saw that you said earlier that you had sent me an email with prom pictures. I will check that out. Witchy Mama, if you are still here, I did not see where you said that you sent me a message, but I checked Facebook and I don't see a message from you on there. So if you're still here and you still hear this, let me know. Maybe you emailed me instead. I will check my emails tomorrow and try to get responded back to everybody. And I'm not sure who gifted the membership, Todd, but I'm excited. Welcome to the squad. The Easter, Basher. Oh, you sent me Bashers. Oh, okay. So that's an email then, right? For sure. Oh, I will definitely check those out. Oh, I bet he's so handsome. I bet he's so handsome. Pancakes or ham and eggs? Ham and eggs all day long. Pancakes fill me up too fast. Oh, I bet he is. Oh my goodness. I may look before I go to sleep. I might not wait till tomorrow. Okay. All right. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please make sure you smooch the thumbs up. How many thumbs up do we have? We may end out with a jungle party tonight. Let me refresh. 62? Oh, we have 62 thumbs up. 63? Okay. Do you guys want to go to the jungle? You want to end it with a jungle party? I think we should. All right, let's go to the jungle. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do this. 64. Okay. Heck yeah, we're going to the jungle. Thank you guys so much for being here tonight. Let's rock it out because you guys are rock stars. Okay. So I'll play the jungle and then I'll play the outro and then I'll see you next time. So I'm going to go ahead and say it. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.
the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo gonna be knocking at your door. I said the popo knocking at your door.
Let the hair down looking like a rusty AARP cheerleader. Sit down.
Well, that's all I have for you for this stream. Thank you so much for being here tonight. I know we don't discuss rainbows and puppies, so it's hard to hear this stuff. It's unfortunately the reality of the wicked world we live in, and these are the monsters that walk amongst us. The positive side is, not only do we get the honor to share a victim's face, life, and story, but we get to learn from these cases. We get to learn about the red flags in each and every case. This collection of red flags will help us keep our families safe because we'll be able to detect dangerous people and situations much better. We have the privilege to learn from these cases. Now, a few thank yous are in order. Please thank our mod squad for keeping our chat running smoothly and respectful. Welcome again to all of our new squad members. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you to each one of you who sent a super chat or gifted a membership to help our squad grow. Thank you to the very special people who sent me a tip on Cash App or who bought me a coffee. You keep me going, and I appreciate your support so much. I appreciate each one of you for being here tonight and for smooching the thumbs up, even the lurkers who don't chat, although I do wish that you would consider chatting next time we don't bite too hard. Now, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching till the end. Make sure that you leave a comment with the hashtag SSSquad so that I can personally thank you in the comment section. May you have the kind of day that karma feels you've earned. And until next time, I love you bunches.